veramente la cavalletta? morning, everybody. Welcome to the final event of the Mistral InterregMed project. So thank you very much for those that are here in presence and those one that are following us in remote. Thank you and welcome. Today, just a brief overview of what we will expect within this morning session of work. We will retrace the main Mistral achievements in this very intensive 5 years work of project and many partners and many activities that under the coordination of Emilia-Romagna region, we perform together in order to create a innovation ecosystem for the Mediterranean. So today we are looking after how to implement the Mistral results in the new programming period, and this is our common challenge today. So my pleasure and thanks, my personal thanks to Maria Grazia Iadarola from Lazio region, manager at Sea Economy area, that is hosting us today. Thank you very much. Grazia.
Thank you. Buongiorno a tutti, sono molto contenta di aver potuto ospitare questo evento finale che ci ha visto spesso insieme, abbiamo costruito un percorso. Sono Grazia Maria Iadarola dell'area economia del mare della Regione Lazio e l'area economia del mare è stata istituita 7-8 anni fa proprio per cercare di concentrare su questa struttura tutte le iniziative legate a Blue Economy. Grazie a Valentino Giuliani che poi vi racconterà la nostra esperienza sulla S3, abbiamo aderito con entusiasmo a questo progetto e che ci è servito moltissimo per fare delle riflessioni e per spingerci insieme alle altre 3 o 4 regioni che già sono un po' erano avanti a noi come l'Emilia Romagna, un po' ci stanno seguendo e quindi siamo sfociati in un provvedimento che, di cui poi vi tratterà Valentino Giuliani, che appunto ha introdotto l'economia del mare, la Blue Economy nella S3. Sarò rapidissima per lasciare lo spazio a un altro collega dell'Emilia Romagna e a tutti voi che effettivamente invece avete degli interventi scientifici per sintetizzare in breve quello che sta facendo la Regione Lazio sulla Blue Economy. Siamo molto contenti che circa 20 giorni fa, un mese fa, è entrata in vigore una legge sulla Blue Economy, la legge 2 del 2022, dove per la prima volta diamo una definizione chiara sulla Blue Economy e formalizziamo un organismo già presente nella nostra regione che è la cabina di regia, prima dell'economia del mare, oggi della Blue Economy, e soprattutto finanziamo e prevediamo un piano annuale e triennale con un diciamo, orientamento sugli interventi della Blue Economy che necessitiamo di promuovere. Altro diciamo, fiore all'occhiello di questa legge regionale è una rete che metterà, servirà e sarà utile per predisporre e preparare i nostri giovani nella professione della Blue Economy. La Regione Lazio ha diciamo circa 40.000 imprese in questo settore e quindi il collegamento tra le imprese e la formazione lo riteniamo un settore molto molto importante. E volevo inoltre segnalare che le iniziative degli ultimi anni sono state molto spinte anche a livello di programmazione e di sviluppo del territorio. Abbiamo promosso la ZLS che attualmente è all'esame del nostro governo e c'è la zona, per chi è fuori diciamo del nostro stato, è una zona logistica semplificata dove vengono promosse appunto procedure semplificate per l'avvio di imprese che sono orientati verso la produzione, il commercio merci attraverso il trasporto marittimo. E stiamo procedendo insieme alle altre regioni con grande entusiasmo alla pianificazione dello spazio marittimo. Altri paesi europei sono anche a buon punto. Noi in questo momento il processo è a VAS, è sottoposto alla procedura di valutazione ambientale strategica ed è stata l'occasione proprio per stigmatizzare e valorizzare le nostre aree marittime antistante il nostro mare. E diciamo abbiamo anche proceduto questo 6 mesi fa a pianificare invece il nostro arenile, la nostra costa attraverso quindi gli interventi che possono valorizzare il nostro mare e soprattutto diciamo a seguito della pandemia come sappiamo tutti noi la vocazione turistica dei mari vicino e dei mari regionali ha avuto proprio uno slancio incredibile proprio e probabilmente ancora quest'anno sarà così perché forse per altri motivi ben più gravi il turismo fuori nazione sarà sempre un pochino più ristretto. Quindi abbiamo investito moltissimo anche di infrastrutture, circa 50 milioni di euro sul nostro litorale negli ultimi 5 anni per ciclabili, interventi sulla pedonalizzazione, valorizzazione insomma delle nostre zone antistanti il mare. E anche abbiamo investito proprio per valorizzare e far fruire al meglio queste nostre spiagge. Negli ultimi 3 anni abbiamo investito parecchio sull'emergenza Covid per i nostri comuni del litorale. Abbiamo inoltre, come vi dicevo, questa ultima legge ha stanziato ancora per questo primo anno 2-3 milioni sulla Blue Economy e ultimo tassello, ma non ultimo, è la nostra, che ci stimola sempre, la nostra partecipazione a cluster nazionale, perché anche quello, diciamo, ci rende parti di questo processo che sia non solo regionale, ma come sappiamo a livello nazionale. Ringrazio tutti, so che il tempo è poco e non mi dilungo quindi sul resto. Buon lavoro e buona giornata a tutti.
Thank you very much. I think that, grazie, thank you. Thanks again for allowing us to stay here and to share also with you the results of these very interesting activities that you mentioned. Thank you very much. And now the floor to Dr. Attilio Raimondi from Emilia-Romagna region, that is the coordinator of the Mistral Interreg Med. Please, Attilio.
Thank you. Non parlerò in inglese perché è terribile, quindi...
Just to remind you, sorry for interrupting, that you can follow the translation. Okay, so
yeah, you should have received a mail with a link to the Zoom platform where you can find a translation from Italian to English, from English to Italian. You can, I showed you before the Wi-Fi credentials and so on. So if you need it, you just have to connect to the Zoom platform.
Sorry, Attilio, please.
I can go? Posso andare? Okay. Intanto ringrazio il CNR, ringrazio la Regione, innanzitutto per la perfetta organizzazione e accoglienza gentile che ci ha accolto e perché è giunti alla conclusione di un programma come questo, che sono anni che portiamo avanti come progetto condiviso, ci dà l'occasione per ripercorrere le varie fasi del progetto, per fare il punto della situazione, per rilevare che le difficoltà che abbiamo incontrato, che non dipendevano da noi ma da una pandemia internazionale, ci hanno costretto ad adottare un metodo nuovo, inedito per noi di rapporto e che comunque ci ha consentito di raggiungere i risultati che avevamo previsto. Per questo ringrazio tutti i partecipanti, tutti voi che hanno collaborato con noi a portare avanti questo progetto e direi che si meritano un applauso perché ci hanno consentito di raggiungere i progetti che abbiamo sviluppato. Non vi nascondo che l'ansia che mi ha preso quando ho scoperto che avremmo dovuto organizzare tutto in un altro modo. Fortunatamente grazie a voi siamo riusciti a superare queste difficoltà. Cosa ha rappresentato Mistral per la nostra regione? Per la nostra regione è stata l'occasione per sperimentare sul campo quel modello, quegli strumenti di lavoro che avevamo in qualche modo immaginato nella passata programmazione per soddisfare quel desiderio di innovazione che era latente dentro le nostre imprese, dentro i nostri territori e che stentava a trovare la strada giusta per uscire. Certo, siamo ben consapevoli che il nuovo spaventa sempre, per cui dobbiamo osservare che senza l'innovazione noi saremmo tornati all'età della pietra. Io mi immagino che il primo uomo che ha scoperto il fuoco in qualche modo si sia bruciacchiato le dita, ecco, però ha continuato, quindi noi oggi dobbiamo fare la stessa cosa, dobbiamo confrontarci col nuovo. Ecco, quello che dobbiamo fare è proprio questo, perché siamo chiamati a trovare nuovi modi per procurarci l'energia che ci serve. Io faccio il tema dell'energia perché mi occupo di quello, per cui sull'energia dobbiamo fare veramente un cambio, una rivoluzione culturale, di posizionamento ed altro. Negli ultimi decenni ci siamo, ahimè, adagiati su un benessere che era fondato su basi effimere, che oggi ci rendiamo drammaticamente conto di quello che sono, per cui abbiamo bisogno in fretta di recuperare il tempo perduto. Ecco, dobbiamo quindi valorizzare le risorse che abbiamo. Noi non abbiamo il petrolio, non abbiamo il gas. Quelle risorse che abbiamo le dobbiamo valorizzare al meglio. E una di quelle risorse che abbiamo è il mare. Quindi ci dobbiamo chiedere come possiamo fare valorizzare al meglio questa risorsa. E con Mistral abbiamo affrontato questi aspetti, gli aspetti che avete visto sono amplissimi. Io quando ho cominciato ad affrontare questo tema ho detto mamma mia, ma quanta roba! C'è l'acquacoltura, la pesca, il turismo marittimo e costiero, la sorveglianza marittima, le risorse rinnovabili marine, le risorse petrolifere, la salvaguardia e la tutela della costa. Tutti questi temi erano trattati in precedenza in maniera autonoma, per cui ciascuno andava a seguire il suo beneficio e questo andava a compromettere l'equilibrio degli altri settori. Questo era il difetto della nostra programmazione. Quindi adesso questi temi vanno sotto il nome della Blue Growth. Chi lo sapeva cos'era la Blue Growth qualche anno fa? Oggi ormai è un termine condiviso. Cioè adesso quando diciamo Blue Growth tutti capiamo di cosa stiamo parlando. Quindi è già un primo passo verso questo, quello che dicevo prima dell'innovazione. Abbiamo sperimentato questo modello per stimolare, far emergere questi temi. Ecco, i nostri colleghi, adesso non lo spiego io, ma illustreranno quali modelli abbiamo utilizzato, quali strumenti di lavoro abbiamo utilizzato, che si ispirano sostanzialmente al principio i nostri manager lo chiamano design thinking, scusate il mio inglese, ma è un modo nuovo di affrontare i problemi, che parte dalla richiesta di stimolo e delle idee che compongono quel problema. Quindi ogni tema che abbiamo affrontato è stato valutato proprio con riferimento a tutti gli ambiti della Blue Growth, della crescita blu, per arrivare a individuare quel mix di soluzioni in grado di coniugare in maniera complementare e coerente lo sviluppo sostenibile di questa risorsa. Ecco, sembra banale, ma è una grossa novità rispetto al passato. Quello che vi dicevo, non si era tenuto conto del rischio di quello che comportava promuovere una misura, un'azione, un settore senza tenere conto del resto. Quindi parlo sempre del management, quindi abbiamo adottato il principio del risk management. Scusatemi se uso questo, ma i nostri manager oggi usano questi termini e quindi ci dobbiamo adattare e sono anche idee buone perché tengono conto del fatto che se io non prendo in considerazione i possibili rischi che ho nell'esaminare uno sviluppo di un settore, io sbaglio, perché sicuramente il pericolo arriverà e il rischio lo dovremo gestire dopo. Meglio prevenirlo, esaminarlo e valutare quali sono le condizioni per evitare il rischio e quando anche è inevitabile per dominarlo, governarlo. Scusatemi se faccio queste affermazioni, però per noi è stata una novità questi nuovi principi di gestione della partita. E così siamo partiti a definire quello che è il sistema degli atti della programmazione regionale. Quindi abbiamo definito col documento strategico regionale come rendere complementari e integrati tutti gli strumenti della programmazione regionale, perché non possiamo dire faccio un programma e mi dimentico di tutti gli altri. Tutti gli atti della programmazione regionale devono essere orientati a questa complementarietà e integrazione tra gli strumenti. Non crediate che sia stato facile, perché ragionare in questi termini con tutti i settori dell'amministrazione regionale non è stato facile. E gli obiettivi sono chiari: la decarbonizzazione, la digitalizzazione, la circolarità, che sono i principi che l'Europa ci ha dato. A questo punto abbiamo approvato, perdonate l'arroganza, ma una strategia regionale per l'agenda 2030 per lo sviluppo sostenibile. Devo parlare troppo forte, troppo veloce, hai fatto bene a dirmelo. Cioè, io ho provato a cercare i traduttori, ma non c'erano, perché sono nel mondo virtuale, quindi volevo dirgli, datemi voi un segnale, se vado troppo forte, rallentatemi, ok? Stringo. Quindi siamo arrivati ad approvare la nuova S3 che ha definito gli ambiti territoriali prioritari su cui intervenire, perché il principio della S3, in maniera molto semplice, della specializzazione intelligente, è quello di individuare dei settori prioritari su cui mettere le risorse. Perché nel passato noi le stendevamo come la Nutella è una cioccolata, no? Per cui non c'era questo passaggio, questa evoluzione verso l'innovazione, ma tutti prendevano qualcosa. Abbiamo detto selezioniamo alcuni settori che sono prioritari rispetto ai quali mettere quelle risorse che abbiamo. Siamo stati così bravi che abbiamo convinto la nostra amministrazione a scegliere il settore della Blue Growth come un settore prioritario strategico. Ce l'abbiamo fatta. Quindi adesso la partita a chi è? Chi ce l'ha in mano? Ce l'abbiamo in mano noi, perché se abbiamo approvato il documento, la strategia, la S3 nuova, adesso non è finita la partita, adesso è appena cominciata. Quindi noi oggi dovremo cominciare a scrivere le misure che danno attuazione a quelle policy. E quindi il FESR, i fondi strutturali, quindi le prime misure dei fondi strutturali dovranno avere all'interno delle misure, delle azioni, degli indicatori, dei target, degli obiettivi da raggiungere conformi a quello che la politica ci ha detto. Dovremmo andare a fare il piano energetico, orientato anche quello in quella direzione. Il Fondo Sociale Europeo per indirizzare la formazione verso quel settore, perché noi abbiamo bisogno di formare i giovani che di queste cose ne sappiano e non siamo in grado oggi, senza un'adeguata formazione, di affrontare tutti i temi importanti che toccano questi aspetti. E poi la progettazione europea, quindi noi siamo dentro a un progetto europeo, tutti i progetti europei che riusciamo a individuare e che possono andare in quella direzione, dobbiamo intercettarli, dobbiamo avere un ruolo in quei progetti e mettere a sistema le risorse. Non vi nascondo che oggi noi abbiamo previsto solo nel piano energetico di mobilitare qualcosa come 8 miliardi di euro che devono essere utilizzati in maniera coerente e complementare attraverso i fondi nazionali, il famoso PNRR, questa strategia finanziaria nazionale che ci sta coinvolgendo tutti direttamente, anche voi immagino che avete le vostre priorità. Per cui tutte queste risorse che arriveranno devono essere governate in maniera coerente e complementare, aprendo un'alleanza estesa a tutti, perché è una partita che non possiamo giocare da soli. Si parla di idrogeno, ma pensate che se io sviluppo l'idrogeno nella nostra regione sia sufficiente? No, dobbiamo svilupparlo a livello regionale, interregionale, nazionale, europeo, altrimenti non arriviamo da nessuna parte. E quindi la leadership delle fonti rinnovabili che l'Europa vuole portare avanti non ce la faremo se non riusciremo ad aprire un'alleanza aperta a tutta l'Europa. Io la faccio finita perché se diventerei troppo lungo. Vi ringrazio, scusate.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Attilio. Thank you, Grazia. Yes, we are very happy to know and to learn about this, and we are, taking the challenge together now to improve and go further. So, yeah. Thank you very much. And now I will ask, and it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Valentino Giandiani from Lazio Nova and Mauro Giustibelli from Fiera di Roma to tell us a bit more about the Lazio experience on the blue economy. Thank you very much, Valentino. Lazio region is an associated partner of the Mistral project, and Lazio Nova is following the activities between. Thank you. Yes, the floor is yours.
Grazie Fedra, buongiorno a tutti. Allora, io sono Valentino Giuliani di Lazio Nova. Entriamo un attimo più nel merito, nel focus della S3. Allora, è la prima volta che nella programmazione regionale del Lazio l'economia del mare trova una sua legittimazione, e questo è avvenuto dopo un percorso praticamente con gli stakeholder della regione che si è concluso a maggio dell'anno scorso e che ha visto partecipare quasi 100 stakeholder, dalle start-up ai grossi interlocutori istituzionali come l'autorità portuale. Abbiamo avuto 30 contributi e da qui sono uscite praticamente delle priorità, sono uscite oltre 60 traiettorie di priorità, ma visto che il numero era così largo abbiamo praticamente suddiviso le priorità in basse, medie, moderate e di elevato interesse. Quelle di elevato interesse sono 22. Dobbiamo dire una cosa, e qui mi riallaccio al discorso che ha fatto il collega dell'Emilia Romagna. Noi abbiamo innanzitutto come modello contestualizzato praticamente la S3 in quella che era l'agenda sia nazionale ed europea e regionale, quindi da Agenda 2030 al piano regionale di sostenibilità, ai vari programmi che abbiamo, quello sulla mobilità e i trasporti per esempio, abbiamo voluto fare una S3 che quindi era integrata e contestualizzata praticamente sia con gli strumenti nazionali, sia con gli strumenti regionali in itinere e sia con gli strumenti comunque europei. Questo è stato il principio, quindi non una S3 asettica legata solo all'innovazione, ma una S3 che praticamente si calava sia con gli strumenti in corso regionali ed europei e sia con il contesto mondiale. Quindi ci siamo collegati, abbiamo pianificato praticamente queste 22 priorità che vanno fondamentalmente in parallelo, come diceva pure la dottoressa Iadarola, con quello che è stato il piano d'azione del cluster nazionale, il cluster Blue Italian Growth, di cui la Regione Lazio e Lazio Innova partecipano. Quindi le traiettorie fondamentalmente sono simili e quindi partiamo dalle risorse abiotiche marine, a quelle biotiche marine, all'ambiente e alla difesa dei litorali e così via. Però c'è stato un passaggio importantissimo. Allora, già prima che la S3 prendeva una sua legittimazione, l'economia del mare, per sua natura, è trasversale. Quindi già nelle vecchie aree di specializzazione, prendiamo ad esempio l'aerospazio. L'aerospazio, noi avevamo comunque delle traiettorie che riguardavano la sorveglianza marittima. Quindi, nonostante non c'era l'economia del mare come area di specializzazione, già aveva una sua ricaduta. Ecco, quindi noi abbiamo riportato tutte queste traiettorie. Oggi abbiamo delle traiettorie che fanno parte dell'economia del mare, ma ora si è capovolta la metodologia. Cioè, è la nostra area di specializzazione, quella della S3 dell'economia del mare, che può entrare anche in quella dell'aerospazio, in quella dell'agrifood. Pensiamo per esempio alle risorse biotiche marine, quindi al discorso della pesca e della tracciabilità e della sicurezza alimentare. Questo è uno dei tanti esempi. Vi farò, per non dilungarmi, perché sennò dovremmo parlare di tutte e 22 le priorità, però vi racconterò alcuni esempi che vi dicono il modello che noi abbiamo approcciato ed implementato, appunto di una S3 che non è statica, non è solo legata all'innovazione, ma è legata soprattutto al problem solving, alla risoluzione dei problemi del territorio e a una stretta connessione con quelli che sono gli obiettivi regionali ed europei. Per esempio, abbiamo tutto il discorso della robotica marina. La robotica marina significa cercare anche di capire che cosa accade nei nostri fondali. Cosa accade nei nostri fondali è importantissimo, non solo dal punto di vista ambientale. Ecco, vi faccio un esempio. Noi abbiamo messo praticamente ambiente e difesa costiera. Oggi il ripascimento morbido sta sia elencato nel nostro piano regionale ed è sia sulla sostenibilità uno degli obiettivi europei. Il ripascimento morbido oggi si fa quasi tutto o da cave sottomarine oppure dai depositi artificiali. I depositi artificiali sono praticamente la sabbia che si crea per esempio alle foci dei fiumi oppure nelle dighe foranee. Quindi abbiamo per esempio messo come una delle traiettorie di elevato interesse della S3 proprio la strumentazione e l'innovazione che ci può essere sul monitoraggio dei fondali. Questo è un primo esempio. Un secondo esempio, per esempio, per quanto riguarda le risorse biotiche, quindi la pesca, noi stiamo andando incontro con le tre traiettorie che abbiamo inserito di elevato interesse a uno di quelli che sono gli obiettivi dell'Unione Europea, cioè rimodulare la pesca da quella tradizionale e portarla verso l'acquacoltura. Questo anche in contemporanea con un altro strumento di cui parlava prima la dottoressa Iadarola, che è la pianificazione dello spazio marittimo, che va ad individuare delle aree per l'itticoltura. Per esempio, sempre sulle risorse biotiche, noi abbiamo messo una traiettoria di interesse rilevante per quanto riguarda la sostenibilità, per esempio, delle reti, quindi tutto il discorso del marine litter, quindi la lotta alle plastiche nel mare. Quindi vedete, sono tutte situazioni che si vanno ad integrare quindi in strumenti di programmazione in essere o obiettivi comunitari. Come diceva prima sempre il collega dell'Emilia Romagna, abbiamo per esempio il discorso della decarbonizzazione. Sto uscendo fuori tempo? Sì, allora vado a chiudere. Allora, per esempio, il discorso della decarbonizzazione, noi ci stiamo concentrando proprio su quella dei trasporti marittimi e così via. Un altro obiettivo, per esempio, che è uno degli obiettivi europei ed è uno degli obiettivi della S3, per esempio la contabilità ambientale o i sistemi di monitoraggio ambientali per quanto riguarda le aree marine protette. Io sono qui a ricordarvi, per esempio, uno degli obiettivi europei che prevedono l'aumento delle superfici protette delle aree marine. Quindi vedete, abbiamo fatto una S3, ora il tempo è tiranno, ma comunque è una S3 che va ad integrarsi con gli obiettivi comunitari, va ad integrarsi con gli strumenti comunque sia nazionali che regionali, quindi non una S3 comunque asettica, ma una S3 in movimento. E qui vado praticamente a chiudere, visto ci sono stato con i tempi.
Sì, sorry, Valentino. I think that we all are very interested to know more, and you said a lot, and we maybe weren't aware about all this new information that you are providing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mauro Giustibelli from Fiera di Roma, please tell us the activities that you are performing in the European Maritime Blue Planet Economy. Thank you.
Buongiorno, grazie mille Fedra. Intanto un sentito ringraziamento alla Regione Lazio, a Lazio Innova e a tutti voi organizzatori del progetto Mistral per ospitarci oggi. Cercherò di essere rapidissimo. Sono qui per parlarvi di Blue Planet Economy, un forum nato nel 2019. Abbiamo qualche slide. Eccoci qua. Un forum appunto che è nato nel 2019 proprio chiaramente in conseguenza dell'inserimento della Blue Economy all'interno della S3. Qual è l'obiettivo del forum? L'obiettivo del forum è chiaramente, l'auspicio del forum è quello di trattare dei trend topic attualizzati al momento insieme fondamentalmente alle realtà più innovative, a tutte le realtà innovative, tanto del mondo della ricerca quanto del mondo imprenditoriale. Chiaramente la chiave di lettura molto importante è quella euro-mediterranea e il coinvolgimento è chiaramente per tutti quelli che sono i settori produttivi propriamente della Blue Economy, quindi chiaramente l'area logistico, portuale e marittima, l'area turistica, la formazione certamente, piuttosto che la cantieristica nautica, piuttosto che la tutela ambientale, lo sfruttamento chiaramente delle risorse energetiche in ambito marino. Quindi tutte le tematiche e i trend topic attualizzati al momento del forum in trattazione insieme a quelli che riteniamo possono essere i contributi della parte più innovativa. Il forum si è già tenuto nel 2019, vediamo se riusciamo. Vado avanti così, altrimenti non... Il forum, vi dicevo, si è già tenuto nel 2021, chiaramente a ottobre 2021, e chiaramente in formato digitale, rivolgendosi appunto, c'è stato il coinvolgimento non solo del settore della ricerca e delle realtà, di quello delle realtà più innovative, start-up piuttosto che aziende innovative, ma anche quello di istituzioni nazionali e internazionali, di moltissimi enti di settore e del mondo dell'impresa tutta, dai player industriali fino alle realtà e alle PMI. La slide successiva è abbastanza interessante perché ci consente di vedere quelle che sono stati i numeri dell'edizione 2021, oltre 50 aziende partecipanti, 118 speaker da 21 paesi, 33 appunto i partner tecnici, veramente un risultato che ci ha sorpreso e soddisfatto, tra cui 4 università, tutti gli enti di ricerca che sono coinvolti chiaramente nelle attività con il mare, diverse organizzazioni no profit, 22 eventi collaterali. La cosa abbastanza interessante è anche vedere il riscontro che ha avuto proprio il progetto Mistral sulla piattaforma con 217 visite. Rispetto alla virtual exhibition mi piace evidenziare la partecipazione di WSense, una startup che ha appena vinto il Blue Invest Day 2022 nel settore della Ocean Observation, e quindi questo è stato un'ulteriore testimonianza un po' di come l'attività innovativa a livello regionale sia rappresentata, esistente, e insomma ci ha fatto molto piacere poter essere un po' precursori di questo premio arrivato pochi mesi successivamente. L'area dedicata proprio ai progetti Interreg Med, che è quella che vedete, ha coinvolto 5 progetti, tra cui chiaramente il Mistral. Questo è un aspetto che verrà ulteriormente enfatizzato all'interno dell'edizione 2022, che si terrà dal 18 al 20 di ottobre, alla quale chiaramente abbiamo il piacere di invitarvi tutti, che prevedrà proprio una sessione specificatamente dedicata in formato di poster session e realizzazione di interventi tanto in formato di workshop quanto di pitch, proprio dedicati ai progetti Interreg Med. La slide successiva ci consente di vedere anche quelle che sono state le controparti internazionali, alcune delle controparti internazionali presenti all'edizione 2021, grazie a una solida collaborazione con alcuni agenti presenti soprattutto in Germania e Norvegia. Come potete vedere, queste controparti hanno realizzato degli incontri di diverso livello, tanto con singole realtà imprenditoriali quanto con realtà associative ed istituzionali. L'attività di matching internazionale è un presupposto di Blue Planet Economy, e su questo possiamo contare su una solida collaborazione con la rete EN, Enterprise Europe Network. Per chiudere proprio un piccolo specchio sull'edizione 2022, si terrà, come vi dicevo, dal 18 al 20 di ottobre al centro convegni della Fiera di Roma. Il programma scientifico verrà sviluppato fondamentalmente su 2 linee: le plenary session e le sessioni verticali, le sessioni tecniche verticali. Ci sarà un'intensa sessione di opening dedicata al mondo delle istituzioni. Speriamo e contiamo di poter avere ancora le rappresentanze da parte della Commissione europea e della DG Mare in questo senso anche all'iniziativa 2022. Ci sarà un'area desk dedicata chiaramente al mondo dell'imprenditoria, ma non solo, anche alle realtà associative, anche agli enti di ricerca. L'attività di matching internazionale finalmente potrà tornare ad essere in presenza, e speriamo, auspichiamo che ci possano essere anche molti eventi collaterali, non solo e non necessariamente in fiera. Questo è importante perché c'è la volontà di coinvolgere, questa iniziativa nasce per essere di coinvolgimento su tutto il territorio. Basti dire che proprio lunedì prossimo, in corrispondenza della giornata del mare, giornata nazionale del mare, saremo, grazie anche alla Regione Lazio, a Gaeta, e realizzeremo un'attività di approfondimento con 90 studenti delle scuole secondarie proprio su diverse tematiche della Blue Economy, proprio assolutamente in linea a quello che è il presupposto della nostra iniziativa, insomma. Quindi grazie ancora e vi aspettiamo tutti ad ottobre.
Thank you very much, Mauro. This seems very interesting. We look forward to be there. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are concluding this opening from the Lazio experience. Sorry if I go like this, but and now we are moving toward the details, the achievements of the Mistral project. So I would like to invite the work package coordinators and Tiziana De Nittis, the lead partner. So please, Tiziana, Connie Ruel from Polmer Mediterranee, leader of WP3, and Jose Maria Solano, leader of WP6, and Alexandra Correira from WP5, and Aliki. Sorry if I from the communication work package. So we will really, yes, please, Tiziana. Come here, okay. Because I'm sharing it. Sorry, I missed the, the core of the activities, the testing, and Lady, please, from Arter. Maybe we missed some chair, or we are all there. Maybe. So we will try to summarize very, very briefly. So I will ask you in 5 minutes each. So this is a challenge. Describe your work. Okay. So, and Tiziana, just give us an overview of the Mistral objective and main achievement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you for the organization and for hosting us. But I will come directly to the object. So what was the Mistral objective? Basically, we tried to unlock the innovation potentials within the different sectors of the blue economy, and there has been a very careful selection of partnership. Indeed, our consortium is one of the winning aspects of the project because we have had the involvement of public authorities, so ministries and regional governments, research centers, universities, companies, and also intermediaries supporting so companies and SMEs. So basically, this aspect has been very, very important for a kind of multi-level and multi-typology in terms of involvement of stakeholders. And Mistral has had, let's say, a kind of logic implementation of work packages, because we have started from the starting phase, so making a kind of assessment in terms of the state of the art of the different blue growth sectors, collecting relevant information in terms of innovation performances within the different sectors, and then we have go through the testing phase by arranging, in our opinion, very winning activities, so business plan competitions and matchmaking events, which have favored so to somehow give light to many winning and innovative ideas through competitions that have been arranged at regional, national, and international level. And thanks to the transferring, so we have then transferred somehow the knowledge acquired through the studying and testing phase by the elaboration of guidelines and toolkits that will enable to implement these activities also in other cooperation area. And thanks to these learning camps, how we have called them in the different territories, territories in my perspective means so European regions and again at national and international level, we have then achieved basically the capitalization phase, which is the one that we are somehow concluding right now. What will be then the Mistral contribution to the regional and to the Med area? We hope to have given our contribution to reinforce a kind of more integrated approach towards the governance. As said before in the previous speech, So the problem is trying to harmonize first the many initiatives and a lot of knowledge that is hanging around Mediterranean area. Secondly, try to join forces, but also to be careful in terms of planning the different activities that are more or less approaching and involving the Mediterranean area, and trying also to be more competitive by developing and strengthening also an international and transnational approach. So we hope to have provided that, and for sure we will go on cooperating within the partnership, but always keeping an eye outside, as we have done through these 4 winning and successful years, by also joining the Blue Growth community, networking with the WestMed and BlueMed initiatives, and also being part within other projects that have been approved within other programs, but dealing with the blue economy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tiziana, for this insight into the project. And now I will ask Colleen, leader of WP3. So please, Colleen, just tell us your role and WP3 objectives and how the achievements was converting into results for other work packages.
Oh, it is working now. Sorry. Yeah. So yes, work package 3 was at the early beginning of the project, so 4 years ago, and the idea was to define a normalized methodology to assess different sectors, and Mistral, okay, has the specificity to target and cover very different sectors from the maritime domains, the blue energy, fishing and aquaculture, maritime surveillance, blue biotechnologies, and coastal and maritime tourism. Very different, and when you go into the detail of each sector, it's you multiply the complexity of that. So this work package was for me, it was the basis for all the project, for the future decision, for the priorities within the testing phase we have chosen regionally or collectively, as it was said by Tiziana. To do that, we have produced, I don't know if there is a short video, I think one key document summarizing all this work is the Blue Growth book. So again, it has been drafted and designed 3 years ago now, more or less. And but in my opinion, it remains very useful today, because we have analyzed the trends, mapped the actors, again, at all the countries level and regional levels, identify the barriers, the obstacles to overcome, and we have also identified some key recommendations for the future development and the needs from the market, notably. Other information we could highlight within this work package was the analysis of good practices. So it's a large term, and as we have all these very different sectors, I think this is let's say a combination of very different type of good practices, but that can be very useful from a project to I don't know, local support provided to SMEs, local policy, regional ones, European ones. So it's very complete. In the last step of this work package, there was also regional mappings based on the S3 policies. So it was on the last programming period of regional policies, but it allows us to see the alignments in between our research and what are the topics supported in the different regions we are involved. Finally, I think this work package helped all the different partners to target and prioritize the activities that were performed afterwards. And we have very different approaches, selecting for some activities, sectors, not all, because it was very difficult to have all the sectors within one workshop. So I think it was good approach, because it was more tailor-made for each of us, and we have a joint interest, but sometimes different ones. So thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And yes, the video, maybe the participants that are following us in remote, they are seeing it. We have any technical issue as always, and you cannot see here, but we will upload it later. So now, Lady, sorry for yes, the testing phase has been very important also to sharing the information. So again, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm standing up so I can see everyone. And yes, Arthur has coordinated the work package 4, and we have worked on 2 pilot actions. The first one was on the blue matchmaking events. This comes from the experience of the brokerage events that we have organized mainly as partners in the Enterprise Europe Network in the past, and with the help of the other partners that have as well been part of these events, we have decided to gather the guidelines on how to develop such matchmaking events. The partners that took part in this pilot action were 4, and the matchmaking events were 4 national ones, including companies, startups, stakeholders in the blue growth economy, and another one that was international with the aim of including clusters all around Europe. I'm not going through numbers now because I think that there is a video playing that shows the numbers of participants in these matchmaking events, but they were really important in order to make focused networking in the blue growth sector, to give to all the actors the opportunity to meet new technologies, to exchange ideas, and to organize as well commercial contracts between each other. And as an output of the blue matchmaking events was as well the toolkit that we have prepared in order to transfer this activity and this experience to other stakeholders that in the future might want to organize such events. The other pilot action we have been hardly working on is the Blue Business Plan competition. I have been personally involved in the Blue Business Plan competition that Arthur has organized. I was the manager of this action, and we have had 9 partners involved in this activity, with Italy that had 2 national business plan competition, and Spain as well, 2 national business plan competition. What is a business plan competition? Is taking by hand persons, groups that have a business idea and support them in developing this idea and going to the market. And we have supported good numbers of groups and startups in the growth economy, in the blue growth economy. And we have helped them to work on the business model canvas, on the feasibility study, that is a business plan, and we have helped them as well in the art of pitching. Yes, because pitching is an art. It is important to tell to your customers and to potential investors which is your need and how do you plan to grow in your market. So we have hardly worked on that as well. The output of this action has been a toolkit, and we are finalizing the publication of these toolkits, the one of the matchmaking events and the one of the business plan competition, in order to be as well spread from to those that want to use such an experience and have business plan competitions in the blue growth economy in other regions and other areas. Yes, that's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Thanks a lot. Now we go to the work package 5. So Alexandra, again, for your role, objective and achievement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the work package 5 goal was to allow the MED community to assess the state of the art and the offer of tools, activities, and methodologies to improve innovation performance in Blue Grow. The transferability work package was composed by two main activities. In the first place, we have the transfer process toward the regional and MED operators through the workshops, learning labs, and dissemination events. And the other one was the definition of policy recommendations. The Mistral partners organized 12 national or regional learning camps in 7 different countries. And organize also 3 transnational learning labs. One of these transnational learning labs take place in Palma de Mallorca in Spain on the thematic of blue economy, and the other 2 take place online because of the pandemic, and they've been organized by the Italian partners. Those 2 were about the blue biotechnology and the blue energy. The results from the work package 3, the blue book that we already learned about it was present, and the results about the work package 4 that we just listened, the toolkit for the business plan competition and the toolkit for the matchmaking events were the main content for transferability in the learning labs. So we present them, we test them, we transfer the knowledge that we get with those toolkits and the blue book. And also based on the questionnaires that we made in these events, as well as opinions from all the stakeholders involved in the different regions and in the different countries during the learning camps. And we get the results about the transferability tools and identify the main policy recommendations for transferability. These results, that was the result of these learning camps that we made, was the main, these policy recommendations have been used after by the work package 6. We also start working together during the work package 5 for the questionnaire and for the questions we want to have answers to prepare the work package 6 and have all the policy recommendations. You can see these policy recommendations in the documents that we are going to spread about the project, but they are organized in the 5 subsectors that we are working in Mistral project. And as you know, marine renewable energy, blue biotechnology, fisheries and aquaculture, coastal and maritime tourism, and marine surveillance. And that's it for my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. And now we move to work package 6. And this is a shared presentation of Jose Maria, that is the coordinator, and then Elena Pfeifferman from CNR will go more into details of one specific activity. So thank you, Jose Maria.
Thank you, Fedra. Well, for me, it's very nice to share this work package with people like you and Elena from the CNR. That I feel really very sure, having all the science behind me as a man in charge of more political things. What the objectives of the WP6 were mainly 3. One, to create a forum of all the possible stakeholders to support our work of the general project as such. The second objective was the assessment of the 8 because there were 8 partners, S3 programs that is currently being done by CNR, and then passing from the particular to the general things, extract general conclusions, having some policy recommendations applicable to any other region in the Mediterranean. For this, we have had two or three main tools that we have used. First is to use this Big Med Forum to take the information from the field or from the sea, I would say, in this case. Secondly, to use intensively also the political forum of the Mistral project that was from the beginning guiding the project as such. And then the last one was organizing a capitalization meeting that was at the end of the 2021 year in Cádiz, Spain, in which we enlarged this experience, not only in the sense of territorial, because we invited many other regions in the Mediterranean to join our meeting. It was a hybrid meeting, so many people was there in Cádiz and other people was connected by internet. So it was a good pool of people attending the meeting as such, but also in the sense of preparing this enlarging the idea to prepare the policy recommendations. WP6 is on the wall right now. It's going on, and now it's mainly in the hands of CNR. And well, Elena, you can continue describing what CNR is doing.
Yes, thank you. So from the technical point of view, we start to work together with MAPA and Arthur in task 2 of the WP6, so the collection of the regional plan. So it's mainly devoted to the collection and the analysis of the S3 among all the regional partners in the Mistral project. And in the second part, we start and we are already now working on it, on the last report, which is mainly aimed to the definition of policy recommendation from Mistral side. In particular, the scope is to give an evaluation of the Mistral results, compare the main results with the Basin Mediterranean strategy. So we are, it's a pity that we can't see the slide, but we are develop a methodology and analysis, and we use the result that we get before from the other VPs. So we start from the list of the main regional strategy using the regional mapping from the VP3 and the VP6, so from the results of the regional plan. And we have an overview among the principal basin strategies. So we try to correlate the topic and the action that are common between Mistral strategy and Mediterranean one, such as Blue Med, West Med, and EUSER. We define also by using the result from VP3 the correlation with the innovation potential in order to see in which way the results defined in VP3 in Mistral project are considered in the regional strategy in the S3. So we perform what we call policy metrics, so the correlation of the policy strategy for each blue growth sector. In the last part of the report, we gives the real policy recommendation at national and regional level at the same way by using the results among all the process of the project. So by using the results in VP6, so the recommendation done by the region, and also the results during the VP5, so the recommendation at national level. So we link all this kind of recommendation by giving the final Mistral recommendation that is the end and one of the output of the last Mistral report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Thank you. Thank you all of you for having presented this without any, technological support. Sorry for this. All the participants have seen the presentation, but we now ask you just to rest 5 minutes before going ahead, because we really need to solve this problem. But I would like to conclude this overview of Mistral activities, asking to Aliki and the work package of communication to present the relation of Mistral also with the other projects and the synergies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fedra. So, work package communication, we are glad that through Mistral implementation, we built a strong network aiming to promote projects activities, but also strong synergies with other MED projects. The main channel platforms we used were project's website, Facebook, and Twitter for the Mistral project, and of course, we had to face COVID restrictions. If it was a difficulty for implementation for all European projects, for communication work package was really a challenge. But Mistral partnership closely collaborated in order to go forward and present projects activities. So regularly our website was updated with the activities, and specific attention was paid for work package 4, as it was the work package where most stakeholders were involved. For this work package, it was described the methodology we used, the steps for Blue Business Plan competition, but also for Blue Growth matchmaking models. And then we had some interviews with stakeholders, people who won the competition or others who participated. That was very interesting for our followers to see and follow. In addition to all those activities, we had newsletters that were regularly uploaded and distributed to our network. All partners collaborated to write those newsletters with information that was simply written, as we are during COVID, we are really in front of lots of digital information, and we had to find a way to reach as many people as possible without being so complicated. So lots of local stakeholders and public was reached through our newsletter. Totally 5 newsletters were totally sent. More than 5 articles were uploaded to project's website, and more than 10,000 people were reached through Mistral social media. So we are coming to an end for this project. We are glad to see that we have developed a strong network of stakeholders that will definitely be very useful for next projects and very promising for blue economy challenges and development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you all the Mistral work package leader. Thank you. Now, yes, now that you have finished, the video is running, just to appreciate the synthesis that we made, really trying to communicate briefly the results that you already shown. Thank you very much. So I will ask you just 5 minutes break to check whether all the technical issues are running in the right way, and to see the animation as we have prepared for you. We will start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay. So we will start in a couple of minutes. Just let me anticipate that the next session will be chaired by Massimiliano Pinat from CNR IRBIM. And the topic is on brainstorming together on the blue economy community in the Mediterranean area. And the speaker will describe the activities that they have performed in the different projects, and mainly Interreg project on the, but we also have an Horizon 2020 and a life project. So just please wait a couple of minutes more and we will come back. Thank you.
Okay, we can start again. Hopefully the technical problems are solved. For those who follow the webinar, everything goes smoothly. The problem was here in the room, as you've seen, and I hope that now you can also enjoy presentations. Anyway, we can start with a second session. I'm Massimiliano Pinat, and I work for the Institute for Marine Biological Resources and Biotechnologies of the National Research Council. I'm going to chair this session, which has been shaped as a brainstorming with the blue economy community and actors of the Mediterranean area. We have a very rich agenda in a short time and a long delay, so I don't want to take more time. Let's start exploring what are the blue growth activities in the Med area. Our first speaker is Ms. Federica Di Pietrantonio, who is going to present the Blue Deal project. Hi, Francesca, are you there?
Federica, hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Francesca, how are you? Last time we were sharing together an event like this one. This time you are here as a technical expert on marine renewable energy for U-Space, if I'm not wrong, which is partner of Blue Deal project. Can you tell us something more about Blue Deal?
Yes, of course. Blue Deal is an acronym for, as you can see in the slide, for Blue Energy Deployment Alliance for the Mediterranean. I have collaborated during some activities of the Blue Deal project with U-Space Spain, that is a small enterprise. Blue Deal is an Interreg-Med capitalization project that builds on the results of two previous Med projects that were Mistrale and Pelagos. It started in 2019 and will end in June. The partnership, as you can see in the slide, is led by the University of Siena and gathers 12 organizations from 6 Mediterranean countries. The strength of this partnership is that it combines different partners with different backgrounds, so universities and research centers, business innovation centers, public authorities, and sectorial agencies. Please, can you go back to the... Okay, thank you. As well as specialized small enterprises, just like U-Space. Next, please. So the objective of the project was to create a favorable environment for increasing investments in the marine renewable energy sector in the Mediterranean, developing links and synergies between SMEs, public authorities, knowledge institutions, and civil society. So basically the 4-helix concept, and establishing alliances for blue energy deployment at transnational and regional level. To this aim, so the project combined these different expertise of the partners to develop an integrated blue energy planning methodology. Next, please, that you can see in the next slide. Okay, this is just a very summary of the methodology, but it aims to analyze the potential of a certain area to exploit marine resources with a mix of different technologies. This methodology was tested during living labs that were 2 in Malta and in Albania. And then it was further developed and transferred in 3 other labs that were in Crete, Croatia, and Cyprus. These labs were aimed basically at involving multi-sectorial stakeholders in the analysis of local blue energy potential and served to share simulations of blue energy systems in target coastlines supported by visual 3D tools. The whole process was supported by events, communication activities aimed at reinforcing replicability, increased social acceptance, and knowledge exchange. More specifically, you can go into the next slide where I summarized some of the numbers of the project, the main figures. We implemented a survey on citizens' perception and attitude towards blue energy, involving nearly 2,000 people in 9 areas. We promoted an open innovation action to engage companies in developing blue energy solutions, and organized 2 business forums in Greece and Valencia. And there are also 9 local level open days in each involved region that are scheduled and are currently ongoing activity. And finally, the project has launched an international blue energy contest for high schools and vocational training institutes called Blue Deal for the Future, to actively involve future generations in building a blue future, let's say. These are, this is our main contacts, especially the website and the platform that we had to develop to face the challenge of the online mode that involved most of our activity. So this is basically an overview of our project.
Oh, Federica, we have 30 seconds more, so I want to make
Yes.
you a very quick question.
Yes.
I was impressed by the number of attendees you collected during your Living Labs, 700, if I'm not wrong. So can you tell us shortly how such a participatory approach, your participatory approach, can contribute to the blue growth in the Med area, in particular to blue energy, which is one of the pillars?
Of course. So the idea is that, of course, it was to create a wide network, to make to put the blue energy at the center of a public debate in a way. The idea was also to put in contact policymakers and enterprises, establish alliances that are expected to bring forward the blue energy planning activity in their regions, and perhaps lead to future installations that are essential, as was also mentioned before, to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and carry out the ecological transition. And moreover, Blue Deal doesn't want to leave these stakeholders alone in this process, because we want to provide guidance through our set of decision support tools that would assist policymakers and SMEs to develop and launch blue energy projects in Med regions. All these tools are, of course, disseminated through the Blue Deal portal and were developed according to the results of the participation. Of course, the participation was not so extended as expected due to the COVID pandemic, but in a way we succeeded in mobilizing and putting, as I said, the blue energy at the center of a debate at public level, not only in the technical environment. I take this occasion to say that the last event of Blue Deal will occur in May, from the 7th to the 12th, and in Ravenna, the final conference, and we are all invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Federica, and see you in Ravenna then. We are shifting a little the focus of our second presentation, but just a little, since Mrs. Elena Ciappi, who I invite to join the floor. She's a researcher of the Institute of Marine Engineering of the National Research Council, which has also marine renewable energy among its research areas. Nevertheless, Elena is going to present the project Life for Medeca, which is a preparatory action aimed at supporting the establishment of an emission control area in the Mediterranean. So we are entering in another pillar of the blue growth, maritime transport and shipping. Please, Elena.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Massimiliano, for the presentation and for the invitation to give me the possibility to present this project. Life for Medeca, as already said by Massimiliano, is a preparatory action from under the LIFE program to give support for the establishment and implementation of the emission control area in the Mediterranean Sea. What is an emission control area? Maybe all of you know, but it is a sea area where strict regulation are established in terms of emission from ship, and in particular emission sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides. For the Mediterranean, at the moment, we are talking about sulfur oxides. That means that all ships passing through the Mediterranean must use low sulfur fuel oils or must be equipped with scrubbers that are particular devices able to wash the exhaust gas. Next slide, please. Okay, la Formedeca is led by the Autorità Portuale Mar Tirreno Settentrionale, shortly Port of Livorno, and includes 6 partners from the Mediterranean area and 2 partners from the north of Europe. These 2 partners are key partners because they were involved in the establishment and implementation of the ECA, the Emission Control Area for the Baltic Sea, so they can transfer knowledge, best practices, and also help us to find solution to problems that we will have possibly during the implementation of the Emission Control Area. Another aim of the project is also to create a consensus among civil society, stakeholders of the Mediterranean Sea, and also to authorities at national and local level. Next, please, Elena, sorry, another one. Next. Okay, thank you. So how will work Life for Medeca? Okay, in the first year of the project started on January 2021. We collected information from other SICA and also from the studies that have been performed over the last 5-10 years by the European Commission and national state. Also, we established a large group of stakeholders, and altogether we identify possible needs, gaps, and bottlenecks. One of the main problems is that if the implementation of the Emission Control Area for the Mediterranean would be enormous benefit for the human health, for citizens of the Mediterranean area. It is clear that it has a cost because low sulfur fuel oil are more expensive than traditional fuel. And thus, the cost of transportation, but also the cost of the final product will be higher, at least for the first stage of the implementation. This is one of the problems that will be addressed by within Life for Medeca. For instance, try to understand and give recommendation to countries and to European Commission on how to alleviate the cost of the ECA. Other activities are related to perform additional studies. So many studies have been done on the benefit on human health, but of course, there will be benefits also for the marine environment and benefits or some problems related to the interaction with the other activities related to the sea. As I said before, an important thing is also to disseminate and communicate, to inform people about the benefits of an emission control area in the Mediterranean.
Thank you very much, Elena. We have to speed up. So I move to the next presentation. Well, some of you probably know that in May 2021, the European Commission unveiled a communication aimed at integrating ocean policies into new European economic policies in order to give a major role to blue economy within the European Green Deal. And this communication proposes a shift from blue growth to sustainable blue economy, but for merging environmental protection with economy, value chains, and to transform themselves and reduce their impacts on marine environments, we need a stronger and more effective blue innovation. Francesca De Pascalis from the Institute of Marine Sciences of the National Research Council will talk about Innovamare. That is a project dedicated to the development of an innovation ecosystem model within the monitoring and surveillance sector, and with a mission oriented on sustainability in the Adriatic Sea. Francesca, are you there?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm here. Good morning, everyone, and many thanks for the invitation to this event. So I will go very quickly through the project, and maybe if we will have time, I would like to, if possible, share my screen to give you just an example of the outcome of the Innovamare project. So the aim, we can go ahead with the presentation, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Francesca, we have again another technical problem. The laptop.
If you want, I can share my screen if it's easier, as you wish.
Share your screen. Maybe this will at least solve the problem.
Let's try.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see it?
We can see it in the room here. I hope that people in the webinar can see your presentation.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
So yes, so Innovamare project is a cross-border Italy-Croatia Interreg project. So it involves Italian and Croatian partner, and the project, let's say, the aim of the project is to develop and establish an innovation ecosystem in the area of the underwater robotics and sensors. So for purposes of monitoring and surveillance of the Adriatic Sea, so the project is very, in this case, mission oriented. So the idea is to then share this model also and to make it transferable also to the other region and countries. So in order to foster the competitiveness and of the innovation players on this area. Of course, we focused because we were a cross-border project. We focused on the Adriatic Sea, and we know that the 49% of the form of lives in the Mediterranean presents in the Adriatic Sea, and we have many threats. For example, the sea level rise, but also the amount of litter and the solid waste and discharge of wastewater in the sea, and also the presence of the different species that are threatened by extinction, so largely because of overfishing. So a monitor solutions are also needed, as we also heard in the presentations before. So Innovamare it involves 14 partners. It was a project of 5.6 million euro, and here you have an overview of the project consortium. You have the idea was to involve both the research institution, but also the public sector and also the private sectors and the citizens possibly. So the idea is to have a bottom-up and demand-driven approach that can lead to the establishment of a new digital innovation hub on this underwater robotics and sensor area. So how we are doing that, because the project started in July 2020. So the project, the aim is to raise the collaboration among these players, the innovation players on this area. And so to establish a digital innovation hub on the underwater robotics, developing a strategy, creating also a new prototype. So within the project, we are creating also in collaboration with the ENM, so CNR and the Croatian partner, new prototypes of robotic solutions, and to also provide a new web interactive platform for collaboration of these actors. So I will go very quickly. So the idea is to involve local and regional governments together with the scientific research institutions, civil society, and also private sector in order also to attract funding and to help the companies and the collaboration and the, between these actors to find fundings to develop and co-create a new solution. I will go quickly on that. So the Digital Innovation Hub has also as a service, let's say, also education activities for companies, but also in terms of business for the scientific institutions in order to foster the raising up of new startups, for example, also. So the technology transfers and the idea tunnel financing. So there will be a support also to find funds. Innovamar activities, we did many things. So conference, workshops, roundtables, study trip, trainings, and roadshow. This is an example of the typology of players that are involved in our innovation ecosystem. So you can see Center of Excellence, NGOs, regional authorities, researchers, and so on and so forth. So I would like to go very quickly, if I have time. Massimiliano, tell me if I can, because I would like to just to end the presentation, but then I would like just to change my yes. Okay, let me see. Let me know if you can see it. This is the platform that we made. It's still a prototype because the project will end in June 2023. So we would like to have also feedback on that. So if some of you is interested in going through the platform and check, let's say, the functionalities, we are very, very happy to have your feedbacks on the possible use of this kind of tool. You can have example of the different map of excellence. So clicking on the different area, you can have a list of the players, of the members that can have access to this platform. Then you can search for a marketplace. So if you want to offer a solution, a robotic solution, or you demand for a new robotic solution to perform something that you want to achieve, you can go to the marketplace finding the right partners. You can search also for funding opportunities, and you can submit your ideas in terms of projects or in terms of co-creation of different robotic solutions. So in this platform, you can have really access to other players and to collaboration in this topic. So I hope that I gave you a brief overview of what Innovamare is doing right now. So, and we will go ahead with this.
Yes, thank you. And it's very interesting. I have a notion, a deep ocean of questions for you, but I have a duty. I have to try to catch the delay. So we have your contacts, and I'm sure that there will be other opportunities for talking again about this project and these very interesting results. So thank you.
Of course, the presentation is available, so the contacts, you will have everything.
Participant. Thanks again.
Thank you.
very much. I move quickly from robotics to blue biotechnologies. This is the topic of the Blue project that will be presented by Elisabetta Salvatori from INEA, the Italian National Agency for New Technologies, Energy and Sustainable Economic Development. I hope I said it in the right way. She's actually a colleague. Let me introduce you because we work together in this beautiful project. We are trying together to unlock the innovation potential coming from the development and the deployment of blue biotech. But most of all, we are setting up blue biotechnologies community in the med area, starting from national communities. Elisabetta, you can talk about this project better than me, so the ground is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Marci, and thank you, Mistral, for the invitation. Please, next slide. The Blue project involves 10 partners from 8 Mediterranean countries and more than 300 stakeholders from the Quintuple Helix, and also involves partners from the Southern Shore as associated partners. The main goal of Blue is to build the Mediterranean blue biotechnology community and activate a coordination mechanism in the BBT sector at Mediterranean level. Next slide, please. We are contributing to the growth of the Mediterranean community and blue growth strategies by an integrated multi-layer structure that is based on three main pillars. The first one is the activation of a digital BBT community exploiting the already existing Marina platform. And then we have also released a digital matchmaking tool based on the Marina platform in order to help communication among stakeholders and with particular focus on small and medium enterprises. But we have not only worked online, but we have also worked on the territorial level with the activation of 5 living labs that are called Blue Biotechnology Hubs or BBT Hubs that are focused on specific value chains and a relationship with local networks of stakeholders. Next slide, please. These are the 5 hubs activated by Blue and the value chains on which they are focused. In Italy, the hub is managed by CNR and is focused on 3 value chains: algae production for high value compounds, aquaculture discard valorization in added value sector, and sustainable integrated multi-trophic aquaculture. Next, please. The BBT Hub is an engine to unlock the innovation potential at territorial level, and it is working on several lines. First of all, we have done a networking with stakeholders. We have mapped and involved stakeholders relevant at national, international, and local level in the activities such as work cafe and awareness workshop and round tables. We have also activated in Italy a demonstration site located in a IMTA company based in southern Italy in Manfredonia. In the demonstration site, we have performed knowledge transferring between research, business, and public authorities. We are also promoting new collaboration between public and private sector, and we have worked for advocacy in order to identify the main legal barriers that prevent the growth of the blue sector in the Mediterranean, and also identifying possible strategies to overcome those barriers. Next, please. We are now in the final phase of the project, in the capitalization phase. The project will end next September, and we are now working to grant the outliving of the BBT community we have created, both at territorial level, but also with a wider Euro-Mediterranean dimension. And the BBT Hub is now being modeled as a model to be adapted and replicated elsewhere, also including the Southern Shore countries. At this regard, ENEA is organizing a workshop next September together with the cluster for Blue Italian Growth and the cluster Maritime Tunisian. This workshop will be held in Tunisia, and a specific session of the workshop will be dedicated to this topic. And finally, the BBT cooperation mechanism is a part of the wider Mediterranean Innovation Alliance for Sustainable Blue Bioeconomy that has been launched by the project Blue Biomed, and which will be presented extensively in the next session. And today, while I'm speaking, there is a co-design workshop of the Alliance going on in Barcelona. And the next co-design workshop will be hosted by the Blue Final Conference that will be held in Bari, Italy, the next 4th and 5th of May. The morning session of the 4th of May will be also open for online participation, so you are all invited.
And the focus of the workshop will be the Med Alliance working model. And in particular, 2 working groups will be coordinated by BBLUE, one dedicated to the development of blue biotechnology as a tool for circular and sustainable resource management, and the other one to identify it and to make the hub network as a territorial engine for transformative innovation. Next, please. So thank you very much for the attention, and you are welcome to join our community.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, also for respecting the times. You helped me a lot, and also for launching the Save the Date, anticipated me. So yeah, I just repeat that you are all invited to the final event, BBLUE. It will be our pleasure to host all Mistral partners and collaborators. Thank you very much. We've talked about sustainability, circularity, and perfectly in time, and low impact blue economy. We addressed during this lot some of the pressures coming from economic human activities at sea, but we cannot leave behind coastal areas, and most of all their interactions with interland and rural areas. This is what Coastal Project is about. But I invite Erasmia Castanidi from the Hellenic Center on Marine Research of Greece to present this interesting project and tell us something more about its results.
Hello everyone. Okay. I hope you're seeing my screen. As I'm giving a talk about 2 different projects, it's the Coastal Project that Massimiliano just presented, but also the Blue Med Ambassadors. I gave a title to my talk, Mechanisms of Knowledge Exchange Through Synergies, to kind of try to combine these 2 very different but similar in some ways things. So now Coastal first. Coastal is not just a Mediterranean project. Coastal is a European project with the 6 case studies in Europe, 2 of them in the Mediterranean, that's Mar Menor and Southwest Messina. And it is a big partnership, including green and blue economy sector, administration, local regional scales. And the main aim is to engage in enhancing the coastal rural synergies. Okay, now the Greek case study, the Messina case study, which is the core of my talk, is we had 70 stakeholders doing 6 thematic workshops. That was agriculture, fishing, local industry, tourism, administration, and NGOs. What we did is we identified their perceptions and views and barriers through the mind mapping exercises. Then we collect scientific data to kind of validate what was being said and what was being described. And moving on, we combined all these very different views to identify whatever the problem was in the area, identified data and not quantifiable issues of the problems, to create a big, put it in a pot and create a big image. If you move on to the next slide, then you can see that at the bottom there, just very briefly, the image, and then we had a visionary exercise on how do these people, in every case area, how do they envision the future in their area. And in Messina, they decided to join forces for the brand name of Sustainable Messina, expanding all sectors and activities, included olive oil cultivation, sustainable tourism, environmental management of the protected and sensitive areas, which I forgot to mention. The area in question is basically a Natura site with a Yalova lagoon, which is also used for fisheries. And this is one of the main issues of the blue economy that is of interest to you today. And then again, and also improvement of the solid and waste management And then what we did is we had co-identified actions to move from what we're seeing today to the sustainable green-blue economy and achieve the vision. And there it was the stakeholders who suggested that the best idea would be to create a cluster, including the public bodies. And they gave their own 10-year goals of what this cluster would do. Like a roadmap to this cluster to restore the natural flows of fresh water into the lagoon, because this is one of the main issues that affects the fisheries today in the lagoon, is that the salinity is increasing at levels higher than the sea. So this is a problem for the fish. But the natural flows cannot be restored unless farmers reduce the use of agrochemicals, improve the waste management, and reuse of the olive oil byproducts, olive meal byproducts. So that was the plan. I think this is very quickly what we have done and where we stand now at Coastal. It's a project that hasn't finished, but this was kind of 2 weeks ago. That was the part that we were what they identified as the actions they would be willing to do. I can have a break or move on quickly to the BlueMed Young Ambassadors so that we can have the second part. I'm not going to go into details about the BlueMed project.
This initiative by yourself, so please go on. Thank you.
Yes, just to make it all together. BlueMed Young Communication Ambassadors. I'm not going to tell you anything about BlueMed, as I noticed that you have 2 more presentations today about the BlueMed altogether. But the Young Communication Ambassadors, again, it was an idea to exchange skills and knowledge, but this way through the role of communication. And the objective was to engage and coach the group of young people to carry on and share the BlueMed vision in their context, in their countries, aiming to promote that research-based approach for sustainable blue economy beyond the European Mediterranean coastline. So the 5 youths were from Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, and Turkey. And together with the BlueMed team and in coordination with a pilot, BlueMed pilot action. Can I? Yes. They created their own action plans in the area with the connected vision that pollution needs no visa. So differently to them having to travel to meet with us where they needed visa, and that created a problem. Pollution and plastic litter travels freely without any barriers. So that was the connecting issue there. And they were trained again in interdisciplinary scientific perspectives. And but their actions as ambassadors were not only aimed at amplifying and discussing the BlueMed concepts, but also including the local knowledge and expectation in a perspective of cultural reciprocity. This means that they were able, through the action plans that they themselves decided what they wanted to show to us, to let us know about issues that were of interest to them and to their countries. And the actions, if we move to the next, thank you. So the actions developed were targeted to explore the complex political and socioeconomic and cultural and behavioral dimensions. And as said, communication was not only intended solely for enhancing ocean literacy, but as a fundamental network of building, network building, and increasing the multi-perceptions of sciences of science and contributing to a higher quality of public engagement. Their success, to my the way that I see it was exactly that in developing their campaigns and speaking in their local context, they were able to also inform us and in Europe about the problems and the issues faced in those southern Mediterranean countries. And in particular, for example, the Tunisian ambassador chose to create a documentary. If you go on to the next screen, chose to create a documentary identifying, this is the lady that you see here, identifying connections between the loss of old traditional practices in fishing and in making baskets to the use of plastic baskets now. Now the plastic baskets are not, they stay in the environment, but the old baskets that were made of natural natural material. Not only they gave jobs to the women on the island of Karkane, I think, of the coast of Tunisia, but they were also more easily degradable in the environment. So issues like that were raised through giving them the opportunity to present what they felt was important to them in connection to the main topic. And I think this is the end of both.
Thank you, Erasmus. Thank you very much. You have been, we have talked about two projects in one presentation. So thank you very much for respecting the time.
Okay.
Gave you, and I hope next time we will meet in person.
Yes.
Well, we passed through all the different blue economy sectors and blue growth pillars. This is the time for talking a little more about fishing and aquaculture, but we'll explore them from another point of view. We'll explore how circular economy principles can be transferred and adopted in this sector for transforming the systems of production, consumption, reduce carbon emissions, pollutions, and biodiversity loss. Blue Phasma project is dedicated to these issues. So I invite Aliki Karuzu from the region of Crete to present this project. Thank you, Aliki.
Hello, thank you. So just a few words. Yeah. Okay. So this video you are going to see was created during the implementation of Blue Phasma project. There are different videos created for this purpose in order to communicate project results, but also the involvement of circular economy in fisheries and aquaculture.
Yes, no problem. That people connected are seeing the video but not hearing the.
Oh, not here.
Not hearing the. And you cannot even hear, right? No. So we are just running the video from the audience, but not for you. Sorry for again for this.
We can launch the video from the Zoom platform.
Okay, so
Okay, the video is coming from the Zoom platform. So if you want to go back there, the video is ready. We don't need to launch the video from here. They are launching the video from the Zoom platform. It's too late. Okay, we can move on.
okay. So Blue Phasma is about innovation in SMEs, marine clusters, networks in the Med area, supporting circular economy, focusing on fisheries and aquaculture. So if we go to the next slide. This is the partnership around the Med area. And if we go to the next slide, now we have the sound of the video. We had different tools that were created during the implementation of Blue Phasma, like the circular economy knowledge base, the circular self-assessment tool, the Med circular economy data, an e-network, and the capacity building instrument. How did we test and promote those tools? Actually, through the experience of Blue Living Labs. We had 11 living labs from different partners during the implementation of the project. And for instance, for the region of Crete, we sat together with different stakeholders for our living lab, trying to transfer good practices, but also to strengthen the possibilities they have introducing circular economy into their day-to-day business activities. That was really interesting that they were very much involved. And if we go next with other activities that we had to test exactly those tools, we had the experience of open events. Each partner had a different open event. We focused on a different audience, teachers, parents, and students. It was, they took place in Crete Aquarium, and while parents and teachers were informed about what circular economy is and how it can be connected with fisheries and aquaculture, students, around 50 students, were able to use abandoned fishing nets, as you can see on the right part of the picture, to make something useful, something that is creative and useful. And if we go to next activities, we have a forthcoming event, an upcoming event. This will be fostering circular blue economy in the Mediterranean. It is a co-organization of Blue Phasma along with the Blue Growth Community and SwitchMed program. It will take place in Barcelona 10 and 11th of May. It will be back-to-back to a DG Mare event related with matchmaking brokerage on a smart specialization strategy, especially for blue biotechnologies. And we invite you to join us for this event. It will be a capitalization event for Blue Phasma project results. So next, it was the video that unfortunately we could not play. We had lots of videos, and even in region of Crete, we created a video that had to do with invasive species that was very much locally, let's say, interesting as we have this issue in fisheries. Thank you very much for your attention. This is a quite interesting project. It will finish this coming June, but there are lots of, let's say, results that may help us to go forward with circular economy.
Thank you, Liki. And if it's okay for you, we can share the video with the presentations of this meeting so that people will enjoy it later. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. So we are closing this session. This is the last project we're going to present, and we're talking about another important sector of blue economy, coastal and maritime tourism. Tourism could be considered as a cross-sectoral economic activity since it intersects different value chains in different ways. It could be considered a driving force for local development, but at the same time, it brings with it a complex system of pressures and impacts on natural ecosystems. Cristina Cugliani from Lazio Regional Tourism Agency, who is a communication manager of Co-Evolve for BG, will present this beautiful project on sustainable tourism and blue growth in the Mediterranean. Cristina?
Hello. Yes, hello everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. I would like to share with you some slides that I have prepared. Just one moment. Oh, there's something wrong, I suppose, because I can't see them.
You can see them now, thank you.
Oh, can you see them? Okay. Okay, so Co-Evolve for BG is a project that is funded by the NEC-BC Med cooperation program. It is the largest cross-border cooperation program in the EU. The project aims at tackling the uncontrolled growth of tourism in the Mediterranean, particularly in coastal areas, and the effects of climate change that have a negative impact on natural landscapes, soil and coast stability, put pressure on the conservation of species and water resources, with an increase in the production of waste and pollution discharges into the sea. In this context, the Co-Evolve for BG project aims at analyzing and promoting the coevolution of human activities and natural ecosystems in touristic coastal areas towards sustainable development of tourist activities based on the principles of integrated coastal zone management and maritime spatial planning, promoting at the same time blue growth in the Mediterranean. The project involves 9 partners in 5 Mediterranean countries, with Tunisia as leading partner. Then we have Italy, Greece, Spain, and Lebanon, with a particular focus on 7 pilot areas where different actions will be carried out to test innovative solutions to measure the degree of sustainability of tourism in relation to local features. The project will also take advantage from the methodology of the Co-Evolve project, a project that was funded by the Interreg Med program, extending its main actions toward the South and East Mediterranean through the integration of new pilot areas. Which are the achievements of the projects? One integrated analysis of threats and enabling factors for the sustainable development of coastal and maritime tourism at a Mediterranean scale, and this phase has been already completed. And the analysis will also be carried out in 7 pilot areas, and these will be completed at the end of April. And the analysis is going to produce widely applicable and transferable results. Second achievement is a toolkit containing a set of indicators coming from the previous project Co-Evolve, to analyze the level of tourist sustainability at PA scale, allowing responsible authorities to assess the level of sustainability of tourism in their area. Third, we will organize 2 rounds of training sessions, the first addressed to partners and the other to local actors involved in pilot areas. Then 7 pilot actions for the development of sustainable tourism in the 7 areas identified. For Lazio region, the pilot area selected is Circeo UNESCO MAB Biosphere Reserve National Park. We are going to work on the main impacts on natural systems, such as dunal and coastal erosion, water management, water pollution, elements of disturbance on ecosystems, agriculture. We will first from the stakeholders analysis, then we will pass to the involvement of the stakeholders in a participatory process on the blue growth approach at local scale. Then we will define an action plan for applying project models of integrated coastal zone management at local scale. And this kind of approach is necessary to combine the different needs of conservation and use of natural resources in an integrated, planned, and participatory way. Then we will study the best practices from other countries, and at the end, there will be a demonstrative action. Some example of the action that we can carry out coming from the previous Co-Evolve project are the opening of a coastal planning center in the reconverted Enel power station of Polesine Camerini in Emilia-Romagna, or the construction and installation of a prototype of eco-friendly movable house in a camping village. What we want to improve with this project? We think that thanks to the Co-Evolve project, conflicts among tourism and other uses of coastal and maritime spaces will be tackled, and conditions for more sustainable and responsible tourism in coastal areas will be set. The main beneficiaries of the project are coastal municipalities and regional authorities, ministries of environment, tourism and development, small and medium enterprises and tourism-related companies, research institutions, and universities. These are the reference of the project, and I think that our project can also contribute to the blue growth in the Med area through the analysis and the demonstrative actions that will be carried out by the project, in which way we will enhance sustainable coastal and maritime tourism development, fully exploiting the blue economy potential through the promotion and the creation of business and job opportunities in the field of ecosystem-oriented services, coastal and maritime tourism, coastal management, and adaptation to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cristina. We are at the end of this session, so I invite Tiziana De Nittis to join the floor for chairing the next one. In the meanwhile, I want to thank you all for your attention. It was a pleasure to hear that the blue community of the Mediterranean area is able to think, create, and make such valuable projects. So thank you very much. And Tiziana, I give you the floor.
So thank you again. We will now have the slot. We will enter the slot called Building Partnership in Med Area. We have a slight change in the agenda because of some logistic problems. So the first to take the floor will be Jordi Suarez, that will join us from remote connection. Jordi Suarez belongs to the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, and which is an organization, as most of you know, that brings together about 150 regions from 28 different states from the European Union, but also beyond. It operates as a think tank, lobby, and project platform for regions, focusing on social, economic, territorial cohesion, maritime policies, European governance, and much more. The CPMR is subdivided into 6 geographical commissions and corresponding to European maritime basins. Jordi is a project officer dealing with blue economy, biodiversity, protection, tourism, just to mention some, with a very solid personal background. So we would like to ask you, Jordi, are you connected? Are you online?
Yes, I'm here. Just let me know if you can hear me.
Thank you. I have a question for you. So to contribute to our debate, what is the contribution, in your opinion, that your organization has given and is giving to the Med governance, of course, with a specific reference to blue economy sectors? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Unfortunately, I was not able to join in person, but I'm still available to participate remotely. So as you previously mentioned, the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions brings together about 150 regions from 28 states from the European Union and beyond. And our work mainly focuses on social, economic, and territorial cohesion, maritime policies, and blue growth and accessibility. We strongly contributed to the creation of the European Integrated Maritime Policy back in 2007. And since then, the CPMR has been supporting efforts to strengthen the governance of the IMP and the blue economy at European level, as well as through its 6 geographical commissions that you previously mentioned. SIARICA intergroup of the European Parliament, of which we host the Secretariat, stimulates debates and promotes concrete actions in support of a comprehensive approach of maritime-related policies. This approach considers the link between environmental sustainability, maritime, industrial policy and transport, research, ocean literacy, etc. Now, let's move to the CPMR, the Inter-Mediterranean Commission. From here, we support regional authorities' efforts to improve the implementation of EU regulations and Mediterranean agreements, in particular on maritime and transport policies, to ensure greater consideration of their role at the national and EU levels, and put in practice an active and effective coordination. So concretely, our work on maritime issues aims to strengthen the integrated maritime approach in the basin, support for the development of sustainable blue economy in the Mediterranean. It advocates also for an extension of the European Green Deal to its maritime dimension, of course, by enhancing biodiversity protection and also contrasting pollution at sea. Some good examples of this work includes the contribution to the Bologna Charter Initiative, strengthening the role of coastal administrations in the context of European policies, and also the training on integrated territorial development in the Mediterranean, which aimed to raise awareness and share knowledge for the adoption of an integrated territorial development approach. So across our works, we highlight that sustainable blue economy dimension should be much strengthened across all the EU policies, notably by the European Neighbourhood Policy, in synergy with the implementation of 2020 Agenda, the European Green Deal, the Union for the Mediterranean Blue Economy Declaration, as well as other cooperation programs. So let's move now to the Med governance and the sustainable blue economy. That was your question. So as fast and effective ecological transition has now become imperative, it's worth reminding that the sustainable blue economy represents a golden opportunity for the Mediterranean region, as most of the population clusters are located in coastal areas, and could therefore benefit from it in terms of sustainability, employment, etc. So local and regional authorities play a very important role to that end, and ensure that the territorial and proximity diplomacy complementary of the states. So in that sense, multi-level cooperation and governance is key for the sustainable development of the blue economy in the basin. It should be enhanced. So the sustainable blue economy dimension should strengthen within the, as I said, this neighborhood policy with other cooperation programs. And complementary to these points, it's worth to highlight the transnational and territorial cooperation represent this opportunity to work together in an integrated and coherent way as well. So global change know no borders, such as pollution, pandemics. So it's important to work together with our southern neighbors, such as projects like Co-Evolve for Blue Growth that was mentioned before. Beyond these projects, we also take part of the Interreg strategic project Blue Biomed, and also the Blue Growth community that includes this Mistral project. But not only this, but also other that address topics that are relevant for the blue economy, such as tourism with WinterMed and DestiMed, but also biodiversity protection with a Mediterranean biodiversity protection community. All these projects aim to have an impact on local and regional public policies. So lastly, we are also working with different regions to achieve the European Oceans and Water Mission Restoration Objective. In particular, our actions would be articulated around deploying different activities to eliminate and prevent plastic pollution in the Mediterranean, ensure the restoration of maritime ecosystems, generate knowledge, and mobilize and engage all the stakeholders. Well, it was through the recent approved Prep for Blue project, but also with the part of in the Mediterranean Lighthouse. So as a conclusion, I will not take more time. It's important to highlight the role of regional authorities and local authorities in this territorial and proximity diplomacy, complementary to that of the states. So multi-level cooperation and governance is key for this sustainable development across the basin for societies, economies, and people, and should be emphasized. Transnational and territorial cooperation represents an opportunity to work together in an integrated and coherent way to tackle global challenges that know no borders, as I said before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jordi. And your words are totally agreed also from our side. And this is also what we have tried also with Mistral to do somehow. So thank you very much for joining. And now the floor will be to Panoramed project. Instead of Caterina Brancaleoni, we will have Stefania Leoni, which is a colleague of mine. So from Emilia-Romagna region, she belongs to the unit that is called Coordination, European Policies, Territorial Cooperation and Evaluation. The unit of Stefania has been leader in the work package methodologies and evaluation of Panoramed, that is a governance platform approved. It is a project approved within InterregMed program. And they have been dealing with the setting up till the evaluation of the platform. So, Stefania, I would like to raise the question, how did Panoramed contribute to the enhancement of a common governance framework, in your opinion, so for the development of the Mediterranean area, and of course, in particular, to the blue economy sectors? 6 minutes, thank you, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiziana. Could you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
I see my presentations. I hope to have the time to show it, but anyway, you have the presentation and all the information inside. I can see the slide in the modality of presentation, but anyway, it's not a problem. So you have already introduced me. Thank you very much. And I would like to bring the greetings of Emilia-Romagna region and Mrs. Brancaleoni that cannot participate to this important meeting for an expected commitment, but she and us, and we are very, very pleased to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation and the organization of the event, also of NRC and Lazio region that host the event. Anyway, it's very important, this event, because we saw Mistral born, so it's a very pleasure to see the results achieved, and also the results are part of a huge process that the Emilia-Romagna region has partnered, but also all the partners did in the field of blue economy. Emilia-Romagna region has trusted and invested in this issue for a long time, and now we can see also with the participation of the other projects and the other networks, this topic of blue grow and green also grow is dealing with the next policy objective of the new programming also. Mistral confirms the extreme importance of the issue that has been dealt with and the results that set at this stage. And it's important also to find new opportunities also for the new programming period, such as in the European Territorial Cooperation Program, such as Euromed, for instance, or also NextMed, and also the cross-border cooperation program, such as Italy-Croatia. In the previous speech, I saw a lot of project presentation regarding this program. So I think it's very, very important that the governance and the dialogue between different programs, but different also different areas can dialogue and can integrate in new intervention, in new actions for the programming period 21st-27. Anyway, today I listened to different important keywords, such as integration of the funds. Also before Mr. Attilio Raimondi said, integration of the funds, concentration of the action also, the complementarity also with the other, it's the second slide of my presentation that can see a framework of the different programming level and the different multi-level governance applied not only for the Emilia-Romagna region but applied in the Med area. And the complementarity between the different programs and plans at the different level, national, regional, local, and also international one. And another important key action was training. So we need to create new professions in the blue growth sector. So it's very, very important innovation, but also training in order to create this kind of professions. Panoramed was a governance platform project financed by the Axis 4 of the MED program. I can see my presentation go on, but it doesn't matter. I don't know if you want, I can share my presentation because probably is easier to follow me.
We see your PowerPoint. If you can see as well, so she can.
No, I can see it. It's blocked it's fixed in the first slide.
Yeah, I'm sorry because today we are having some technical problems.
If you want, then I can share the screen because for me it's easier to, and also for you to follow my words.
Yeah, sure. If you want to try, let's try.
Okay, I try very, very quickly. Otherwise,
thank you. Do Stefania, in case you are facing some troubles, however, PowerPoint.
You can see? Yeah, sure. You can see?
No, from here, no. So
anyway, it doesn't matter. I can go on in this way. Don't worry, Tiziana.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. So Panoramed, I said it's an important project financed by the Axis 4 of the MED program, and it's a huge project, a platform governance where all the 12 partners countries of the MED program are involved and work together in order to find to reinforce institutional dialogue and to contribute to coordinate the synergies and dynamics in the Med area, and also try to contribute to cooperate with the south shore of the Mediterranean. It was one of the first exercises in the Med area in order to work together and think about priorities to put in field also for the next programming period, and also to try to create the new strategy for the Mediterranean. So it was very, very important the dialogue between the different countries involved and the multi-level governance that was necessary to think, to work together, and to find the way to identify principal and priority issues to develop together in this area. So the project go on and build and write a lot of activities and papers that you can see in the website that I put in the slides, and I mentioned in the slides. And Panoramed identified almost at the end of the process some important themes that are the themes where the strategic projects were approved, such as Blue Biomed and B-Blue project in the field of blue growth economy. So it was an exercise very important because the countries have to afford and find priorities issues to develop in the area, and this priority were further the strategic projects that were approved was a kind of bridge to launch into the bridge activities for the next future and for the new Euromed program for the next programming period. So I think I would like to stress the importance of the strategic project, because they are working right now on governance, on innovation, action and activity in order to prepare the mentality and the field to build new project for the next programming period. Very short. This is, I don't know if you can see the list of the 6 strategic projects that Panoramed work in order to write the terms of reference and approve by the MED program the projects that are almost ongoing, and the papers and the documents and the activity that the Panoramed governance platform has done in this period, and you can find in the website of the MED program in the section Panoramed. Another thing that I would like to stress is the importance of the new programming period and the connection between and the coordination between the different ETC program, European Territorial Cooperation Program, and the integration between the same topics that are present in the different program. Two words of the new Euromed program that I think is very important also for the future of Mistral is the construction, the architecture, very complex but important, because stress the path of Mistral also in the field of governance and coordination, and also in the relation between CPMR, WestMed initiative, BlueMed initiative, and the macro strategy, European macro strategy, USR, because also in USR, the blue growth is one of the pillars. So it's one of the topics, as I said the very earlier in my presentation, very important for also for the future of this kind of programs. So I think in Euromed programs we have 3 kind of projects: thematic project, thematic community, and project in the ISO 1 policy specific objective that regards governance. So I think that in not only in the modular project, such as was in Mistral, but also in strategic projects that are foreseen in the new program, you can find a good solution, a good go on of a good future for Mistral. And the last information is a strategic project in the mission of the Euromed program, that is mission 1, innovative sustainable economy, and also in the protecting and restoring the natural environment heritages. So you can find a mix of the two missions to find a good framework to promote a new project. I was very fast because I don't know if you can see the slides, and you can, and I don't know if I have enough time, but just to know the importance of the networking that you have done also in Mistral, the importance of the coordination between the different projects that are present in the different program that you mentioned also in the previous presentation, and the importance of the new mission regarding the blue and green growth that are one of the priorities for everybody and for the new European Territorial Cooperation Program. So I have finished, but I'm available for any kind of information, and I thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Stefania. And also for the information, just to inform the audience that are connected from remote, that however, all the PowerPoints will be shared and uploaded on Mistral website so that they will be consulted afterwards. So thank you very much. Now we will have Vanessa Sanson from Blue Hair Project and Area Science Park. So the Area Science Park is a public and national research organization. Since 1978, boost connections between research enterprise, public administrations, private sectors, supporting national, international initiatives, and fostering territorial development. They are lead partner of Blue Hair Project that has been approved within the Adrian program, an Interreg again, and they are also a project partner of Blue Biomed. The background of Vanessa is also very strong. More than 15 years of experience in transnational cooperation, capacity building, multi-level governance, just to mention some. Then from working also on S3 strategy within projects approved in Alpine Space program, and she's part also of a working team that is dealing with the establishment of a European Digital Innovation Hub in Friuli Venezia Giulia. So Vanessa, I would like also to ask you which tools, strategies, or input in your experience and through the implementation of your project you think that have emerged and are relevant in order to improve and contribute to a better regional med governance. Please try to keep the time as much as possible. And in theory, 6 minutes also for you. So the floor is yours, Vanessa.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation, also on behalf of Area Science Park. I also would like to greet some colleagues and some projects that are already interacted with us. I take the challenge of the 6 minutes, and I hope even to stop before. So just you know, to give to the person that don't know anything about Blue Hair, just the facts and figures. So it was presented during the third call for the Interreg Adrian program. The duration is 30 months with a budget of almost 3,000 million euros. As the project is quite young, I would like to introduce to you two tools. So these tools are helping us to reach our main objectives, that are the establishment of innovation community, and also the most important goal is to improve the institutional capacity of the Adriatic Ionian territories in defining a common S3 policy on blue growth, because we know that the territories are very fragmented and sometimes they are not cooperating in the framework of the USR strategy. So this is our main goal, to constitute an innovation community and also to draft an action plan for innovation investment on blue growth. Regarding the tools that are already in use and that can be also shared and can the other projects benefit of, are a benchmark on the best practice that were in use towards the blue economy and towards the innovation policies. We benchmarked, or better, our partners, the Technology Park of Ljubljana and University of Belgrade, following the benchmarking metrics that was taken from the self-assessment approach at the Innovation Policy Index that was adapted from Professor Slavo Radosevic from the University of Cambridge. And it was also described on a paper that was validated. So we took this matrix and we benchmarked 6 sea basins: the Baltic Sea, the North Sea, the Adriatic, the Atlantic Ocean, the Western Mediterranean, the Adriatic Ionian Seas, and the Black Seas. What was, the main achievement? We have found that transnational and interregional innovation policies are highly beneficial for sea basins that have diversity regional territories. Building international links and strengthening international collaboration between regional ecosystem. It is very important for the non-EU countries, non-EU region that are still lagging behind. We also noticed that the access to interregional and international networks can be significant challenges for the less developed regions that are, working mostly on Interreg funded projects, but not, for example, on Horizon ones. And also we have noticed that over time innovation performance disparities between regions are increased in the North Sea, Black Sea and the Western Mediterranean, while in the non-EU and EU region, in Adriatic, Ionian basins, the differences are less bigger than the rest of the other sea basins. Another result is also that the member state flagship are very important as long-term cooperation initiative for the S3 collaboration. If you are interested about this benchmark study and about the tool, we kindly invite you to click on the links that you will find on this PowerPoint presentation, and you will be able to benchmark by yourself the EU basins that we have benchmarked during our activities, and you will find these results in a more detailed way, same as the report that was conducted by the Technology Park of Ljubljana. Another tool that we would like to present to you today, and it is a work in progress because as I said to you, it is only 1 year that the project is under implementation, is the Blue Air Technology Foresight. And as this morning, one of the speakers said that the design thinking is one of the new instruments to design, to define strategies and main solution or main ideas that we have all agreed that the technology foresight is a good tool to predict the future and to influence the technology direction. And so now we are working on this and with this technology foresight in order to identify what are the industry trends and what are the global forces that may shape the future and the most promising blue growth areas in the Adrian area. By the end of this year, we will have these results, and somehow you will be in touch with us, or you can consult our website in order to see these results. So this is all from my side, and as you know, we will be at your disposal to give further inputs.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. Very interesting presentation, very useful tools as well. And it is very important also to cross the other Interreg programs. Moreover, then topics are there. In the case of Adrian, we are sharing somehow the cooperation area apart from, well, probably the Balkan representative countries. You have more than in MED, but more or less we are there. So thank you very much. The following speaker will be Andrea Barbanti, if he is online. Andrea Barbanti is from the National Research Council, and with a long and relevant experience. He is a research manager at Ismar Institute.
Olha, entretanto surgiu-me outra ideia, que é o seguinte, tu estás a par do que é que está a acontecer aqui desde as notícias da Marinha.
There are some speakers, some people attending.
O que é ocorrer? Portanto, a Marinha tem agora tem um assegurador e um centro de testes marítimo para a NATO.
Speaking, turn off the microphone, please. Okay, so maybe now they are muted. Okay, so sorry. I was so introducing Andrea Barbanti, who is a research manager with a long experience in developing a kind of bridging model ranging from science to policy activities, research initiatives, project management. He deals with a sustainable blue economy at national EU level. More than 30 years of experience, and since 2012, he has been involved in many national and European projects, especially dealing with maritime spatial planning. Currently, also national focal point for the maritime spatial planning global initiatives, coordinating teams of scientists and much more. So if Andrea, you are there, we would like to also to hear from you, from your experience, what can really, in your opinion, improve the regional and med, let's say, governance. So thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tiziana, for the kind introduction. Can you hear me? I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay, I see the few slides I prepared on the screen. So I guess you will. I do not have to share them. You will pass through the slides, right?
Yes, exactly. We will. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you again, Tiziana, and good morning to everyone. Let me start just by saying that I'm very happy to be with you today, rejoining this enlarged Mistral community in the final conference of the project after a while that I'm following from a certain distance the project, let's say. I'm trying to answering in brief the question posed by Tiziana by delivering a few messages on how the ongoing maritime spatial planning process will improve regional Mediterranean governance with regards to blue economy specifically, of course. The next slide, please. Okay. And I will do it also through the ongoing project MSP Med towards the operational implementation of MSP in our common Mediterranean Sea, which is a project funded by the European Commission through EMFF, is coordinated by Corilla Venice, and of which CNR ISMAR is partner. The overarching objective of the project, which involves 6 different member states, Mediterranean member states, is to facilitate the MSP directive implementation in the Mediterranean by supporting the establishment of coherent and coordinated maritime spatial plans across the region, which means many different things, like sharing data, sharing tools and approaches, governance schemes and practices and best practices in general, directly supporting the development of more robust and knowledge-based maritime spatial plans in the countries, and tackling selected transnational MSP issues. But, the next please. More than presenting you a single project, I'd like to underline how a process, actually a policy process, the MSP process, will improve the governance in the Mediterranean with regard to blue economy. And as stated by the recent Sustainable Blue Economy Strategy, MSP is an essential tool to achieve the objectives of the strategy by regulating spatial demands, preventing conflicts between sea and coastal uses, and reconciling conservation with economic development. And in fact, the national plans with their transboundary projection and coordination are the cornerstones of the MSP process, keeping always in mind that the plans are dynamic tools with their implementation, monitoring, and adaptation process. The next slide, please, which is actually the last one. And the preparation of the MSP plans at national level requires good coordination between authorities in charge of marine and maritime affairs and intense consultation of stakeholders. Each country developed its own solution to these multi-level governance demands. In Italy, for example, there is an ongoing intense effort in creating for and through MSP a better coordination between national and regional authorities on blue sectors. And MSP Med, the project I mentioned at the beginning of my short presentation, strongly contributed to this objective But even more important is the contribution of MSP-Med to a series of activities, through a series of activities and bilateral, multilateral workshops to the construction of a stable, structured, cohesive MSP community of practice in the Mediterranean towards a coherent MSP Mediterranean framework, or if you want, a Mediterranean MSP action plan. It can be eventually a typical community of practice, which means informal, self-organizing, based on mutual trust, or a more formal interinstitutional and cross-border cooperation mechanism, as recommended in the recent Western Mediterranean Roadmap on Maritime Spatial Planning and Sustainable Blue Economy developed under the MSP Global Initiative. But in any case, we can see that in different forms and from different perspectives and roles, there is a wide consensus on this objective. From the Commission, at least DG Mare and DG RTD, to the Union for the Mediterranean, the WestMed Initiative and USAIR, the Barcelona Convention, and even the UN Decade of Ocean Science. So hopefully in the coming months and years, we will see the establishment of such permanent and structured mechanism or community of practice, again, to use MSP as a tool to promote the development of sustainable blue economy in the Mediterranean. With this, I close my short presentation and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for this inspiring and a very interesting presentation. Maritime spatial planning is really a crucial and relevant topic that we should for sure focus more on. So thank you very much. We will have next speaker, Romina Dascanio. So for the TuneUp project, Romina Dascanio is representing also the Department of Architecture of the University of Rome. She is a researcher, a technical assistant, adjunct professor of urban regeneration. So many also qualification in addition to that. So specialized in a local development, management of natural and protected areas, member of the technical secretariat of Tiber River Contract, and much more. So thank you for joining us. And also to you, the question, in your opinion and in your experience, which tools and strategies you can give as a kind of contribution to improve the regional and Med governance. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation on behalf of my department and also from TuneUp Partnership. I will briefly present the tool that we develop in the TuneUp project. We can go to the next slide, which is a project leading with environmental governance led by Anatoliki in local development agency in Greece, with a partnership of 12 universities, center of research, many different kinds of partners. And the objective of our project, we can go to the next slide, was to testing the tool of the environmental contract tool applied in marine protected areas, trying to overcome the criticalities, especially related to the fragmentation of competencies in the management of marine protected areas at Mediterranean level. Try, of course, to improve the coordination at local level, but also at Mediterranean level, trying to transferring this tool also to other nations and to other MPAs. We can move to the next slide. The project was divided in 3 phases. In the first one, we tested the tool in 10 pilots. And then we try to transferring our methodology with many tools, some schools methodology, and then finally we are capitalizing the project tried to spread the methodology and the tool itself. We can move. These are the 10 pilots. We can go to the next one. Maybe as many of us already know, the environmental contract is a voluntary and strategic negotiated tool. I would say a process to balance the issues of nature protection and biodiversity protection and local development. Environmental contract were introduced in France in 80s and now are legally established in France, Belgium, and in Italy. So the first challenge of TUNAP was to apply these planning tool to nations not familiar with this kind of collaborative governance process. And the second challenge was to apply it to marine protected areas. We can move. Within TUNAP, we develop all the participatory stage, so the scientific and technical context analysis within the 10 pilots, all the participative process, and we signed 10 memorandum of understanding, which is the starting point of the environmental contract. And also we started the development stage with the framing the scenarios. And we hope that all these 10 pilots will finally sign the formal agreement. Next. We also try to add more MPAs. So in a summer school, together 10 MPAs, so 10 MPAs, additional MPAs joined our partnership, and together these 20 MPAs define a strategic agenda, a common agenda, trying to implement this voluntary and collaborative tool within their region, also with the aim to embed within their legal framework this new tool. Next one. Here are some of the supporting tools we developed, the methodology, the learning course, and many others that you can find on our website. So to conclude, we can move to the last slide. The challenge now is to make the environmental contract embedded within the legal framework of the state member partners of TUNAP. And in general, as we know, many challenges are awaiting marine protected areas in the next years, especially to achieve 30% of protected sea by 2030. And the output is from TUNAP is to continue working on network of human communities like today in order to protect marine ecosystems and try to use this kind of collaborative governance. Because we are talking about governance, so we are talking about long-term scenario and strategies, but we need to work also thinking about short and mid-term. So thank you from my side.
Thank you very much, Romina, and I beg your pardon because I thought that you were online, but fortunately you have joined us in person, so it is a pleasure.
Actually, I live here near so for me it was perfect.
So thank you very much. So then we will go to Fedra, who is unknown. So Fedra Francorci from the Italian National Research Council with the Blue Med pilot. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will make the long story very short. And first of all, thanks for this very interesting presentation. So in the frame of the BlueMed initiative, of those my colleague Margherita Cappelletto will tell you more in detail. The Commission launched the pilot action for a plastic-free healthy Mediterranean Sea within the framework of the initiative, with the aim to address altogether the common challenge of preventing, reducing and mitigating the effect of marine litter in the Mediterranean. So just saying that, as I heard from your presentation, we have many methodologies and approach in common that could be really implemented together, and with the aim of connected activities already present in the good practice to, for example, with respect to the marine litter, to address the challenge, and then try to transfer from one local site to another region or countries, and to promote the implementation of this common solution in different areas. So in the frame of the initiative, we really empower the stakeholders by providing knowledge, but also good practice, and we also assist them during the hackathon last year by supporting the development of business ideas, starting from a selected pool of proposals. So just to conclude that the activities is still ongoing. We are 11 countries that are working on this jointly, and we look forward to see whether this can be also developed further, also through the collaboration of the already existing activities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Fedra. Fingers crossed for you for a brilliant further actions and successful actions. So now it will be the turn of Stefano Valentini with the Blue Biomed Alliance. So Stefano comes from my region. So he belongs to ARTER, which is a consortium of Emilia-Romagna and universities and research centers. Our main field of work is basically enterprises, transfer knowledge, attractiveness, and much more. He deals with, he is partner basically of Mistral, but also a coordinator of this project, and working on blue economy, on energy, on many things. With too many, and with a lot of experience also in the management of EU-funded projects, more than 20 since many years now, so you are a bit old. And however, so I will leave immediately I leave immediately the floor to you in order to know a bit more about the Alliance. So thank you very much. The floor is yours. No, you have to, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Tiziana. I think I have very few minutes, so I will focus on the key message I want to leave to this audience and also to the people that are following in a remote way. I think we are running out of time, but before, just leave me 5 seconds just to thanks, first of all, Lazio region that host us. That was really appreciated because they are associated partners. So that was really a very important signal to show their commitment on this topic. A special thanks to Tiziana and Attilio and to Emilia-Romagna region coordination team that really did a brilliant job on managing this and coordinating this quite complex project, and a part of this complexity was due to me. So thank to Tiziana, but also a special thanks to CNR team, to Fedra, Massi, Elena, and all the other. Andrea also, because they host us today and was really very successful. Today was really complicated in this situation, organizing this kind of meetings with hybrid and I mean, all the difficulties that we all know. So thank you. So regarding the governance, what we are doing next, my key message is just very brief. We have seen this during this long morning that now also, I think with an important contribution of Mistral, blue economy is in our policy agenda. When we started with Mistral, it was not like that. So a lot of things are changing, but I think also Mistral give an important contribution. And I think this was a successful objective result of Mistral influencing. So now we got a policy framework on innovation, which is looking also to blue economy as a whole, and that was not easy, was not at the beginning when we start with Mistral. But as Attilio said this morning, it's just the beginning, this. I mean, now we have to really give contribution on the relevant challenges that we have to face. I mean, we have been heard about, and we know about the environmental emergency, the environmental ecological transition, the energy crisis. And these are all part of a big challenge that we have to face. So our policy has now need to change a little bit the paradigm. They got to be focused more on challenges, and we call it innovation transformative policy. So a policy that leads to a transformative change in our economy. So that is in few words what we are doing with the Blue Biomed project, another strategic project. We are trying to really test how we can bring an effective, a practical contribution to achieve, to react to these new challenges, these new sustainable challenges. And we are doing that on a specific domain. I mean, because blue economy is very big, so we try to start with a domain which is blue bioeconomy. So, and we are trying not to focus very much more on technologies, but on challenges or sustainable challenges, and try to tackle these complex challenges. And when you are taking with complex challenges, of course, we need a complex solution, and bringing together all the actors. At the beginning of Mistral, we were focused on triple helix actor. So academics, innovators, companies, and authorities. But now we have seen that for sustainable challenges, we need also the civil society. So bringing together all these different helix, we will try to find together a solution on this challenging issue. It's not easy, but we think that this is the right direction. And we don't know if we will have the opportunity to have more projects to do together. This Blue Biomed project will end in September, so it will close this year. But I know that we are building something together, very important. We have got here a big community. We have seen a lot of projects, a lot of things that are happening and with the same focus. So I'm really, I really believe that we will be other opportunity to collaborate together. Sorry if I was too long, but I mean, this is our final event, and I know I'm happy to see you all, but I'm also a little bit sad because it's concluding this adventure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefano. Of course, I was kidding before, you know, that we are colleagues, and also for the people that are connected from remote, that maybe they may have thought the moderator is becoming crazy, but you know, we are collaborating since 4 years for Mistral, but even longer for other projects, and so we are quite close and in confidence. So thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you all the speakers for having joined the slot. Now it will be the time to leave the floor to Eleni Aziani from DG Mare, if she is connected, and also previously directly involved in Mistral. So we are very, very happy to have you here moderating next slot. So thank you very much, Eleni, and thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. It's really a pleasure to be with you today here. I'm sorry, remotely only. Actually, my initial plan was to come in Rome, but then after second consideration and because of other commitments as well yesterday and today, actually I had to stay here in Brussels. But thank you very much for inviting me. It was a pleasure to join Mistral project in the past, and also a pleasure now to follow the project from DG Mare, from the European Commission. So this session now will focus on the territorial programs. It is actually very, very significant because, as mentioned by you and Stefano earlier, it's very good that the Mistral project tried and achieved also to highlight the blue economy towards the new approach of sustainability into national and regional policies. And Mistral tried and also achieved to engage the different part of the quadruple helix in the concept also of innovation and of smart specialization strategies. But it's very, very important if we can pass from the policies to projects. So this is why this session is very important, and will give us the opportunity to discuss towards the new, let's say, opportunities from financial frameworks and new programming period and new cooperations the Mediterranean countries and regions can have. So without further ado, I would like to present the speakers of this session, which will be, first of all, my colleague Edoardo Casarotto from DG Research and Innovation, and also Margherita Capeletto from National Research Council, CNR, Mrs. Maria Grueva from InterregMed, and Mrs. Adriana Salazar from the Union for Mediterranean. So I would like to invite all the speakers of this session to let's say, turn on their cameras so we can be a real round table, even not together, but at least to have all the speakers together. So I see also Adriana and Maria are there. So thank you very much. And so we can start. And I will give first the floor to my colleague Eduardo, because it's a real very significant to talk on the EU mission, and in particular on the Mediterranean Lighthouse, because it will be a real chance to, let's say, build on the very good examples and the very good results of Mistral project in order to integrate them to new perspective of the EU mission on oceans and water. So please, Eduardo, can you explain us how this occasion will be taken into account and how we can build on that?
Hi, Eleni. Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot for the question. And first of all, let me thank all the participants in person and online, and my roundtable colleague, Maria, Adriana, Margherita, and of course also the Lazio region for hosting the event. So as we discussed today, Mistral and many other projects are now tackling what the greatest challenges that we are facing in building a sustainable and circular blue economy, right? The point is how we can leverage that and move forward and deploy solutions that Mistral and all the other projects are delivering, have delivered. So as we know, our communities, our regions, our stakeholders are working very hard. We see that we have so many projects, so many initiatives. The results that are proposing are very strong, impactful. These results, they have to create confidence and provide solutions that must be, of course, scalable for policymakers, for their decision, for the legislative initiative. They have to give sound evidence on what the way forward should be, right? And to try to answer this question and support this community, we built this new strategic initiative, the European mission, and among them, Mission Restore Our Ocean and the Waters by 2030, which will be a pan-European effort to restore and protect ecosystem, to tackle pollution in all its forms, of course, and to support the shift towards a sustainable and circular blue economy. And in this new vision, the basin communities and the basin-specific efforts will be central. So the Mediterranean community will be central. And today, I think, is also the right time. First of all, there is a strong urgency to act. We don't have much time. And we are also enjoying a very strong political and strategic support. Our leadership is clearly putting healthy oceans at the top of the political attention, of the political agenda. And if you participated or you had the chance to witness during the One Ocean Summit in Brest last February, President von der Leyen stated that very clearly. And so here in the Med, we are building on the next phase with a close cooperation with the existing initiative, with our partnership, a very strong partnership with the Union for the Mediterranean, building on great initiatives such as Mistral, of course, but also the Blue Med initiative, and the results that they have been delivering in the years. And now we will have also the UFM Research and Innovation Ministerial that will also give a strong inputs for the cooperation in the marine research in the Mediterranean. So in the end, the mission will support the Mediterranean countries to address the needs of our basin and will facilitate our joint efforts to deliver, right, all together on the mission objectives, on ecosystem, on pollution, on circular blue economy. So the mission is not only a program, let's say, is a radical form of cooperation. It's a new opportunity to shape together the way we address the future of the Mediterranean. And in this mission, we propose a new role for research and innovation. Now, we cannot simply describe the phenomena we see, but we need also to set out a clear direction and try to achieve long-standing results and impacts. So in concrete, the mission will be deployed in 2 phases. A first development and piloting phase until 2025, and then a deployment and upscaling phase until 2030, where the solutions that are found in the first phase will be upscaled and deployed in all the other European bases. And in this first phase, we are rolling out these 4 lighthouses, which will be the areas linked to the European sea basins, which will act as hubs, platforms for the development, demonstration, and deployment of these transformative actions and innovation that we are looking for in all forms, from a governance perspective, business case perspective, technological and social perspective. And as the previous speaker was saying, it will be very important and central to have a strong citizen engagement component in this process. So we need to stocktake what already exists, the solutions that are already there, but we have to find new ones, that they have to be innovative, they have to have strong business case to facilitate also investment and the financial feasibility of this solution with a higher technology readiness level, let's say. So I believe Mistral work, all the other projects that were presented today will certainly have the chance to play a strong role. And how will this mission be supported in the end? So there will be, of course, Horizon Europe that is providing support and will provide support to the mission, but we will also, of course, count on also other European funds, but we will also need national and regional funds. So everyone must be on board if you want to reach this shared objective. And in this phase now, and I'm going to conclude because I know we don't have much time, we are working very close with member states and partner countries in the Mediterranean to draft the implementation charter of the mission. We are setting up fundamental instruments that will support the next phase, such as coordination and support actions in all the different basins, and the mission implementation platform that will facilitate synergies and coordinate the efforts in European basins. So we are building, and we want to build this mission together, and together is the only way we can win this challenge. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for the work you have done, and I mean, thank you very much for the work I'm sure you will be doing. Eleni, thanks a lot. Over to you.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you. And thank you for mentioning also that it is very important that we stop taking on what has been already achieved, because in the Mediterranean, indeed, we do not start from zero. There is already a very, very good ground of cooperation. And this is in particular because of the framework of the Union for Mediterranean for different topics, let's say, either environment or blue economy, on transport, on climate, or whatever. And now we will have also the opportunity for the research and innovation. And apart from that, also very good grounds of cooperation because of the WestMed initiative, but also of the EU strategy of Adriatic Ionian macroregion. So I'm trying to say that the level of the cooperation is already very mature in the Mediterranean. So please, Adriana, could you share with us, according to your experience, in terms of the efforts of the Union for Mediterranean Framework to get engaged all the countries of the Mediterranean towards the challenges, the opportunities, but also the threats in the Mediterranean? What are exactly the needs and the challenges of the Mediterranean countries which can be addressed towards the new opportunities and the new programs in the near future? Please, Adriana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eleni. Thanks a lot for your dynamic moderation. And thank you, of course, to the wider team for the invitation to take part in today's closing event. Yes, I mean, on our side, we will take this opportunity to highlight, in a way, a couple of aspects very briefly of the UFM's role and work in terms also of converging, integrating efforts towards a sustainable blue economy at Euro-Mediterranean level. So I will focus very briefly just on a couple of ongoing upcoming activities that I think will be relevant for all. Firstly, I wanted to highlight two of the key, let's say, outcomes of the latest meeting of the UFM Working Group on Blue Economy, which actually took place just a few days ago on March 23rd in Brussels, and which will open up opportunities, let's say, for future integration, capitalization, etc. First of all, countries gave their overall green light to a first full draft of the roadmap for the implementation of the 2021 UFM Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Blue Economy, considered still as a living document, which is still expected to evolve. The roadmap includes an overview and analysis of the joint needs, gaps, and opportunities for future funding and implementation that can be launched and scaled up from the shorter to the mid and longer term. And it does so for each of the 10 sustainable blue economy priorities highlighted in the 2021 ministerial. Also at the 10th working group meeting, countries gave their green light to three, let's say, first areas, or what we have called groupings of activities on which to begin advancing together on the roadmap, possibly, for instance, through joint projects in the context of relevant open and future calls, or through technical assistance arrangements, and or through dialogue processes. I will just cite the three groupings for your information very briefly. First one will revolve around small ports and the diversification of marinas beyond transport. So linking, for example, to aquaculture, tourism, energy, marine litter facilities. A second grouping will focus or revolve around smart specialization and innovation on local value chains, including support to sustainable smart specialization strategies. And the third grouping will, in a way, focus on MSP as an overall enabler across sectors. And it's worth mentioning that the theme, let's say, of blue skills, careers, and jobs will cut across the three groupings. Secondly, just to highlight, as regards to the UFM Blue Economy Roadmap and cooperation around these three groupings, that it will, of course, be crucial to make the most of new opportunities under the 2021-2027 programming period, for instance, under the next phase of PanorAMed or under NECBC Med, with a particular attention to opportunities that are open through different modalities, mechanisms to all UFM countries. So here, very briefly, I would just like to mention perhaps a webinar organized by Interreg Euromed, taking place on the 26th of April, which we will support, and which will enable Southern UFM countries to gain more information on opportunities as far as joining Interreg Euromed as associated partners. We would also like to underline, of course, that in this context, the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030 and its Mediterranean Lighthouse will offer key opportunities, of course, to continue converging, aligning efforts, resources. To this end, in fact, an important meeting took place with many of you who are here today, Eleni, Eduardo, at UFM Secretariat in Barcelona, precisely on working together towards a Mediterranean lighthouse for the mission Restore Ocean and Waters, and which brought together for the first time the BlueMed and UFM environment and blue economy focal points. Thirdly and lastly, just to close, I'd like to highlight that we're organizing, with the overall support of DG Mare, a UFM conference on blue finance and investing in a Mediterranean sustainable blue economy. It will take place in Barcelona on the 22nd of June, a one-day conference. One of the goals of the conference, of course, will be to contribute to better aligning and mobilizing financial flows towards the sustainable blue economy sectors and activities that are prioritized by the countries of the UFM. So very briefly, in a nutshell, these are a couple of the messages that I wanted to highlight, and I hope I stayed within the 3-4 minute time frame. So thank you, and over to you, Eleni.
Thank you very much, Adriana. Thank you very much. Indeed, you have highlighted all the very important elements which jointly the Union for Mediterranean, together with the European Commission, had followed the last months and years, because it's let's say, a long story of common efforts towards this direction. And indeed, last year, the Union for Mediterranean Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Blue Economy was the opportunity for the countries to reaffirm their commitments towards this new approach of sustainability, which also was in accordance to the new communication of DG Mare for a sustainable blue economy around the EU, in line with the European Green Deal. But you also mentioned a couple of events, and one of them was also the event, let's say, in the concept of the BlueMed initiative, the BlueMed pilot. And in this event, we tried to engage together all the communities of blue economy, innovation, but also environment. So now I would like to invite Margherita Capelletto, because it's really time to speak about the BlueMed legacy, and also to see how we can further engage the countries towards a new strategic research and innovation agenda for the blue economy, for the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. So please, Margherita, it's your turn now to explain what will be, let's say, the next challenge and the next, let's say, opportunity for the countries, building on the previous very good experience.
Thank you very much, Eleni. Thank you to Mistral Project and the organizer for the invitation. Indeed, my name is Margherita Capelletto. I work for the National Research Council of Italy, and I've been the project manager of the BlueMed CSA. So I've been following directly the development of the BlueMed Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, and even most importantly, the implementation plan, listing a set of priorities and giving indication on how to implement them. More recently, I've been supporting the Italian Ministry of Research as candidate coordinator of this crucial instrument that will accompany this framework program. It's a co-fund instrument where the European Commission and member states and associated countries will join effort with an unprecedented ambition. We are speaking about 450 million euros over an 8-year framework of the framework program, where on the topic of the sustainable blue economy, countries will basically design a program to launch cause that will need to be implemented jointly at pan-European level. Because of the key relevance of the sea basin and the Atlantic Initiative in the EU policy framework, and in particular because of my experience coming from the BlueMed world into this more pan-European world, I saw this very important approach when countries, together with the European Commission and the support of the Joint Programming Initiative Seas and Oceans, drafted the first strategic research and innovation agenda of this sustainable blue economy partnership. The legacy of the input of the sea basin initiatives, including the BlueMed, was highly considered. It really shaped the agenda for the sustainable blue economy. Let me give a couple of examples. Of course, it is always a consensus process where you have to listen to the voices of many different actors, in particular because the challenges and the landscape of the basin are so different among them. Let's consider the Baltic and the Mediterranean. But in any case, recalling some of the priorities of the BlueMed implementation plan, I think that the capacity enhancement and upskilling things is very high in the sustainable blue economy agenda, also thanks to this feeding process from the BlueMed, as well as let's imagine that the fact that the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership has to respond to the Green Deal and digitalization priorities of the Commission, being the blue arm of the Green Deal. So, and we all know how important is the ocean digital twin in this framework. So having the voice of the regional, of the sea basin, of the local community will enable to try to validate this concept at the very local level. This is a process, this feeding process will not end here. It has already informed the identification of preliminary thematic areas of intervention around which the call of proposal will be issued. The first is expected to be launched in February 2023. I would like to give an example of some areas that on which I think we need to raise effort, because it's a topic I've been listening through a lot this morning, which is tourism. I think that the Mediterranean community can still raise a lot the voice to make the pan-European community aware on the key relevance, also from a research and innovation perspective, of the tourism sector. So basically, and in the try to compress a lot, I think that the BlueMed, as the others sea basins initiative, in a way benefit from this preliminary driver that was given to the when the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership was conceived, and because of that, this continuous feedback will be fed in the coming year. Which is a good news because of the long-term perspective of the partnership. Having said that, I think that getting to know the research and innovation landscape of the Mediterranean is a never-ending exercise, because things are fast evolving. So events such the one of today are very much relevant also in the perspective of developing the calls for the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. We need to hear the sea basin voice, and just because some events were mentioned before, I think that we have an opportunity for an exchange in the framework of the upcoming European Maritime Day in Ravenna, because a lot of the mission and us with the partnership will showcase there. And I think for the Sustainable Blue Economy community, and because it is in Italy, it's a good moment where and when to meet. Thank you very much.
Eleni, I will just take the chance to invite everyone to join. So the European Maritime Days, first because it's in Ravenna, which is our region and is located within Emilia-Romagna. So we will be more than pleased to invite everyone. And secondly, because Mistral, together with the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, will be there together for a workshop focusing on smart specialization strategies. So it will be very interesting to dialogue and to further continue our comparison and exchange of ideas and experiences. So you are more than welcome, and we hope to see you all there. So thank you. The floor is yours. Sorry.
Thank you. No problem, Tiziana. Thank you very much, actually, for mentioning this. I will put some more two more words for the MD at the end. And thank you very much, Margarita, also for your views and for your efforts towards this new SRIA, but also for mentioning this very important element of the local voice and of engaging the the local communities, because this is very, very important also when talking for coastal communities which have to cooperate for common needs in the same area. And also because this is the very significant concept of the smart specialization strategies, this bottom-up approach integrating the local voice, the needs and the views of the local communities. But as we said in the beginning, it's not only about policies, it's also about going to concrete projects. And now it's time to speak for projects. So now I would like to invite Mrs. Maria Grueva from the InterregMed program. Let's please, Maria, share with us what will be new, let's say, in the forthcoming calls, what will be the opportunities for the Mediterranean countries under the new framework of the program. Please, Maria.
Thank you, Eleni. Good morning to everybody. A good day. And first of all, thank you for this invitation. Thanks to Emilia-Romagna region, as well as to all the other partners of the project, of Mistral project. I was following closely the activities and the results of Mistral project for 4 years now, and we could say it has already come to its final, let's say, month of implementation. Thank you for this maritime journey together and continuous efforts for our sea. So my name is Maria Grueva. I'm representing the Secretariat of the InterregMed program and the Mediterranean Sea, as by default is the geographic reference and the focus of all InterregMed projects. InterregMed program is a transnational cooperation program covering 57 regions from 13 countries of the northern shore of the Mediterranean. For the years to come, for the next programming period, the regions covered by the Interreg-Euromed program has become 69 and the countries 14, so we are growing. Interreg-Euromed is not the only program working on the Mediterranean. Indeed, it is just one of the many programs that deal with hot Mediterranean topics. And it shares as well the challenges with other territorial cooperation programs that were mentioned just in the morning, like NextMed, Adrion, Alpine Space, SUDO-SE, as well as national and regional programs and EU thematic programs like Horizon Europe, LIFE, URBACT, and others. Some of which have been already mentioned in this session by my colleagues, which had the floor before me. Apart from the programs, key stakeholders work as well on political and technical level to ensure the priorities of the Mediterranean are tackled and receive access to financial resources. We could name the Union for Mediterranean, DG Mare, UNEP MAP, but also PRIMA, among others. Important initiatives as BlueMed, WestMed, SwitchMed, but also macro-regional strategies, USAIR, USHelp, work on the territory to ensure a coherent coordination now among all these listed before comes with the time, with a lot of efforts of many stakeholders and cooperation spirit above all to share the results, collect them, reuse, develop them, and to further transfer and upscale. So we started in the previous years the essential work of gathering the results on program level, initially by experimenting with the program architecture that relies on all its projects and their synergetic work in thematic communities, which could gather all the thematic results and systematize them. The work in synergy with other projects started with the project idea, then was developed in the implementation of activities and the final delivery of results. This has been a kind of a win-win situation for all the involved stakeholders that are not only partners of the InterregMed program, but as well as partners of other programs in the area. These stakeholders became the ambassadors of knowledge and spread the cooperation spirit beyond our program. Exactly this mindset of synergetic work shared by our stakeholders brought us in connection with other programs and initiatives with which we started collaboration and established links that go now beyond the thematic scope and the thematic level and are heading towards coordination and cooperation on governance. The change between the different periods, the work that was on the 21-27 cooperation programs contents has been as well beneficial for the setup of coordination mechanism with the Mediterranean stakeholders. We have now the chance to preview joint activities with NextMed program and Adrian program, for example, since the very start and the writing of our cooperation programs. So we have regular meetings and have come with a roadmap of activities that we would like to put in place together as far as we can go, so that we can take advantage of this joint work and ensure the complementarity of the results. At the same time, we are heading with our results optimization strategy of the Interreg Euromed program, which is a comprehensive document containing our experience and our legacy of the previous periods, that considers all the processes of coordination between projects in our program and ensures that the work of the projects, the program authorities, and the external stakeholders is synergetic. So concluding, I could say that as program, we are open for collaboration with all stakeholders, and we are quite confident that we can all contribute with our small victories and build on them so that they can bring up to something essential for our Mediterranean region. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maria, for all this information, and also because you highlighted the importance of synergies. And actually, let me complement on that, highlighting the importance of synergies, not among different ERDF programs, but also with other financial tools, with the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, the Blue Invest, when talking for investment, the EU mission, as my colleague Eduardo presented before, and also with a new instrument introduced by DG Regio, the I3, which is the Interregional Investment Tool. And by speaking of that, I would like to take this occasion today to invite you to share this information with all your stakeholders to a couple of brokerage events DG Mare is organizing for engaging different stakeholders, countries and regions together towards the implementation of smart specialization strategies focusing on blue economy. So on 9th of Barcelona, on 9th of May in Barcelona, we are organizing the first brokerage event on smart specialization focus on blue biotechnology, back to back with the Blue Phasma Interreg Med project and in cooperation with CPMR and supported by the EU for Algae initiative. On 10th of May, we organize, in cooperation with the Atlantic Assistance Mechanism, a brokerage event on marine renewable energies in Santander, again in Spain. And then by the end of June, together with CPMR and Skåne region in Sweden, we will organize a brokerage event on coastal and maritime tourism. And then at the end of June on aquaculture here in Brussels in cooperation with the European Aquaculture Innovation Platform, and on fisheries on 1st of July together with FameNet here in Brussels. More information will follow. We will start today sending the invitations, at least for the first two events in Barcelona and in Santander. So please feel free to share this information with your stakeholders, because this is very relevant to your efforts in the concept of Mistral project, in the concept of smart specialization strategy, in the concept of transferring from blue growth to sustainable blue economy. And regarding the European Maritime Day, thanks again, Tiziana, for signaling this. As you know, European Maritime Day is a conference organized by DG Mare and in particular from our unit. So many thanks to Emilia Romagna for hosting and to the municipality of Ravenna for hosting this event this year. There will be a series of thematic sessions. One of them, it will be a session on smart specialization organized by our unit. So please, you are all invited to follow. And of course, the workshop that Tiziana mentioned, but also many other workshops very interested and very relevant towards the sustainability for the blue economy sectors. So by this, I would like to end here, to close the session, to thank all the speakers for the very, let's say, precise points they raised for the discussion. I believe they are open for any questions from the audience. Back to you, Tiziana, and thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this session. Always a pleasure to join Mistral project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eleni, and to all the speakers of this interesting roundtable. So we do hope to see you soon. And finally, now that COVID is making all of us free, so really,
let's hope
in order to meet us personally. And now, thank you very much. And now it will be so the time to give the floor to the last, but not less important, session and slot, which will be on building partnership in the Med area. So it will be the time for clusters to dialogue. So today we have to represent clusters, some partners, of course, within Mistral. So I invite Yolanda Piedra from the Maritime Cluster of Balearic Islands. Then we will have connected also Ruben Eiras for the Forum Oceano, Portugal, and Giovanni Caprino, the president of the Italian cluster Blue Innovation Growth. So please take the floor, and this slot will be moderated by Jose Maria Solano from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food and Environment from Spain, Madrid. So thank you all. The floors will be yours.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. I have the really difficult task. I have to say something interesting while the hunger is beginning to playing over the people there. Well, it's not my problem. As you know, in Spain, we have lunch very late, but most of you have lunch half an hour ago. So, well, it's difficult, but I will try to do it in my best and of course as short as I can. Well, the idea here is that Mistral has been a project where the clusters, the regional clusters in this case, have started very strongly the project. So in this occasion, I think it's important when we talk about future to say that the clusters will take a really important role to play in the future. In this situation, they have already begun to talk amongst them, and they are almost have something to offer. There is a modification of the agenda. It was previewed the signature of a memorandum of understanding amongst the three of them, but it will not take place because not all the presidents of the national clusters are here. So it's my advantage because I need less time to do the same. and your advantage because you will have the occasion to have lunch before. So that we will stay with Yolanda Piedra, that is now here representing the Spanish cluster, Ruben Eiras, that is somewhere in Portugal connected, representing the Portuguese cluster, and Giovanni Caprino, that is here. Yes. Here, yeah. I didn't see you, sorry. Representing the Italian one as the heart nucleus of a wider future alliance between clusters to do something that they are going to express us. What are the plans? What are the future program of this alliance of clusters for the future in the field of blue economy? Yolanda, you are the first, so please take the word and come on.
Thank you. Good morning, authorities, partners, and colleagues. My first words are to thank the Emilia-Romagna region and especially Tiziana for the opportunity to organize this session, and to Regione Lazio for this fantastic space. I also want to thank the Spanish Ministry, Jose Maria Solano, who has agreed to share the table, and the presidents of the national cluster, Dr. Giovanni and Ruben, because thanks to their contribution, the objective of the session will be achieved despite my English, for which as for your understanding in advance. I have divided my speech in three parts. First, with a brief introduction to the maritime cluster of the Balearic Islands, following the element that must be considered in special maritime planning to contribute to blue growth, and ending with the step to follow. As you can see marked in red, I represent the maritime cluster of Balearic Islands that was founded in 2008, makeup of the government of the Balearic region, trade unions. I have the honor here to be here today with the Vice President of the cluster, UGT, the Trade Union, and Alandero, business organization, and the other entities linked to the blue economy. With the birth of the comprehensive maritime policy in 2007, the Balearic cluster focused its actions on it. The most relevant action with will promote the blue economy was to represent Spain on behalf of the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs on the conference FEMIP. Since then, we have experienced few changes. Let's go to point 2, answering the following 3 questions. 1, which are the resources? 2, which is importance in terms of economic, social, and welfare? And 3, who to determine the balance? The answer can be synthesized in, firstly, to know the ecosystem. Secondly, to reach efficient spatial maritime planning. And third, to establish an effective governance. I want to contribute the result of the ODEN project with help for the knowledge of the ecosystem, whose key objective was to identify an efficient management of the maritime space that will eliminate the following problems. This is the structure. the chain of impact caused by the economic sector in the ecological components. For example, the fishing sector does more or less pressure on the fishing resource depending on the fishing gear it uses, the resource begin the fish it catches. But the maritime space is shared by various sectors. The chain of impact in collect by the habitat and by those sectors that work with ecological components. See an approximation of the chain of impact between sectors and habitats, which we can summarize in a great complexity of ecosystem management. The reflection that we must make ourselves should initialize by in what solutions should we introduce in the system so that the economic sector reduce the pressure and the impact which they prevent some sectors from suffering the true accumulated risks, like the fishing. What is the solution to incorporate into the system? The solution is one, is governance. But what kind of governance? Double governance. A very economic sector is regulated by laws, generated by the institutions in which the set of stakeholders participate, like entrepreneurs, workers, research, consumers, among others. The first level of the governance must be sectorial, just development must incorporate economic, social, cultural, and environmental sustainability. But to reduce pressure on the ecosystem and ensure blue growth, spatial maritime planning also requires global governance, incorporating the vision of all the economic sector. An approximation of this global governance can be seen on the slide. Use management involvement, identifying the options, evaluating each option, and deciding which is the most efficient, the one that produces the less pressure on the sector and on the habitat. Given the volume of stakeholders that make up global governance, it is necessary to decide on the governance model. Just as reflection, it will leave you with several alternatives. The first is the one where the set of stakeholders is not represented and the decisions are not binding, like cross-border platform. The second level is where stakeholders are involved, but decisions are not binding, like the European Commission Mediterranean Fishery Advisor Committee. In the third, the stakeholders are not involved, but the decisions are binding. For example, those organizations create between regions, regional sea convention, and the last one where the stakeholders are involved and the decision are binding, passing from the regional sea convention to the region sea assembly. This last one, I can tell you from experience, is the best system because the decision may incorporate the opinion of the greatest number of the stakeholders, but it is the least used. The next step are have the better knowledge of the impact on the development of the sector of the blue economy and reflects until choosing the most efficient level governance. Thanks the Mistral project, we behind the process of the next step with the signing signing the memorandum of understanding between national cluster for the creation of network in the service of the governance in the development of blue economic sector. The objectives are stronger institutional capacities in the relation to maritime spatial planning and sustainable blue economy, initially in Italy, Spain, and Portugal. A stronger institutional coordination for adoption of roadmap. This memorandum will be signed in May in the framework of the Maritime Day in Ravenna. I finish by thanking the national cluster of Italy, Portugal, and Spain that signed the memorandum, and to the regional cluster that support it, and the Emilia-Romagna region for facilitating the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yolanda. Well, we are conscious that we have to deepen in this MSP technique as a solution for the use of the seas, the multiple use of the seas. As we say in Spain, devils is in the details, and now we are in the stage of defining the details. So devils there. So I think Ruben is there. I don't see the screen, but I think it's. Oh yeah, sí. Ruben, bom dia. Well,
buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buongiorno.
You have a lot of ideas for the future and more hopes deposited in this memorandum. Could you tell us more or less what you expect from this?
Well, so first of all, many thanks for the invitation to be at the event. Unfortunately, during for unforeseen issues, I had to stay in Portugal and not to be in the eternal city of Rome, but other I would say, and also to be presentially with all these great partners, but other opportunities will come. So regarding the issue that we are discussing, I think it's a good moment to transmit two recent very positive news. So first, and also for the future of let's say initiatives like Mistral, and where some of the members of Mistral, partners of Mistral, like the Quatro Barítono Baleares from Yolanda Piedra, also participate. So we received this week, yesterday, effectively, the news that the MED Blue Acceleration Network application is approved in the COSME application that we did, and is being led by Forum Ocean. So we bring partners from Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Greece, and also Tunisia. So this is a very important step that, in fact, complements what is the other side of the maritime spatial planning. is, the blue economy that has to be developed and with a proper maritime special plan. What the MedBank, so the Med Blue Accelerator Network, will be prepared to do is to make available a series of innovation services, including maritime special planning training to SMEs from all sectors of the blue economy that needs them. So what MedBank will deliver is an innovation services platform that will improve the business model competencies of blue SMEs with an ideation and acceleration program, but also all the other services in maritime special planning, capacitation also for the clusters for investment and financing management in order to make a sustainable blue economy achievable by the SMEs in the Med, and by deepening the relationship between not only the member states that are in the Med, but also with the neighborhood policy inside what is the West Med Basin. So it is, I will say, in a way, a continuation of certain aspects of Mistral and a deepening of what could be the cooperation in the Med, following also part of the model, what is being achieved by the ASBAN project, so the Atlantic Smart Ports Blue Acceleration Network project, which was distinguished as a flagship project of the Atlantic Action Plan 2.0, and that this year it enters in the second year of the project, when it is now going to be launched the acceleration program, that the bootcamp for selecting the 30 startups for implementing the 30 pilots in the ports will take place in Lisbon during the UN Ocean Conference. That are, of course, most of you will be there and will be invited to be there. Secondly, one other development that is impactful for what we are talking here is the new Blue Invest platform. So it is already official. There is, I would say, a new consortium, which is led by PwC Luxembourg, and Forum Oceano is part of that consortium that will manage the new Blue Invest platform, that will bring more powerful resources for accelerating and financing and capacitating blue SMEs and startups, and will be deeply linked to the new EU Invest Blue Economy Fund that was announced by the European Investment Fund last week during the Blue Invest Day. That new EU Blue Invest Fund is a fund of funds, but it will permit to build new financing instruments that are not only funds that will invest in early stage or growth stages of companies and startups. It will also permit to have ignition funds. So what is an ignition fund? Is that, it's the role that many times the grants play that role, is that first seed money for that is important for the company to make the first pilot, the first demonstration that the business really works. So it will be possible to also to have and to design these kind of ignition funds that for example, a grant can be converted into equity if it has a co-investment from from the private sector. So this is very, very, very important, because most of the times, it's not because of lack of money of private investment funds or even in the European Commission. It's the lack of high quality projects, and also the lack of opportunities of companies to be exposed to what is a VC system and gain the competencies and learn the competencies how to convince someone to invest in your business. So this is something that it will be deepened in the MedBan project, is to give these competencies to companies, and it is a project that will be materialized by the management of the clusters. And this is something that is important that the clusters, and I end up here, do, is that they continue to be the brokers between companies, public bodies, and so on, but also to be igniters and ecosystem builders in this perspective. In this way, we will create an ecosystem that it will not, of course, grow at the rates of at the speed of the US market, nor it is desirable like so. What we need to have is an ecosystem that permits a steady growth, a solid growth, and a robust growth that brings profitability with a real and substantial environmental and social impact. So that's where we build a sustainable economy, and this is where we are focusing, and we are very happy to do this with our Med partners.
Thank you very much, Ruben. As usual, you point out the important things of the future in long vision is as usual. And to save time, I will trust the floor to Dr. Caprino that will give us the Italian vision of the same words.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you at all. Thank you.
Sorry, just 1 second, Giovanni, just for information that from now interpreters will not be available so anymore, unfortunately, because we are a bit in delay. But however, so I think that most of the participants are absolutely able to follow us in English, of course.
Oh,
so thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, friend. I have to say a very few words because I completely agree what we say, my friend Yolanda and Ruben. And I am chairman of the national cluster of Blue Italian Growth. And I'm thank you for, of course, for region of Lazio, Emilia Romagna for inviting me to this conference. And the first of all, I am a little bit a joker, and I say the tradition of the Interreg Mediterranean Mistral conference is saved. We are very, very late. It's not the first time, if I remember well. And I hope in the future we grow up also in this sense. And sorry, it's a time to do that. Sorry, Chairman, for that. And well, what is our cluster? Our cluster is a national cluster on a blue economy, very wide range. We work on about a very all aspect of the blue economy, and it's very interesting experience for us because we make a really support on policymaker to help in a strategy and the study on the area on the blue economy. And another goal, we have, of course, different items to answer, but another one is a promotion to access to European funding for our country, for our industrial, because our cluster is very really mixed between research and industrial partner. Just to have an idea, in our classes there is 23, more or less 23 university. It's not a lot of universities not so clear to the sea, and we have 9 research centers like CNR, for example, but other important like NEA and so on. But we have also 9 regional clusters inside with a representative, a lot of stakeholders. We have 30 small, medium enterprise to work inside of the cluster. And we have also 6 big industrial, very big industrial. I represented also the Fincantieri, but there is Eni and Green Power and so on, just to say Leonardo, just to say what we speak about big industry. In this sense, we are very, very interesting to work, to build the network with a European system to help our partners of the national cluster to work in a European area. This is the main reason we are very agree on this memorandum of understanding. We work in other aspects. It's not the first one, and we have seen on some result on the Interreg Mediterranean Mistral project. We have also work in JP Ocean. We work in West Med Cluster Alliance, and this cluster is a little bit grow up on the Cluster Alliance. We have a memorandum of understanding with the Cluster Maritime Tunisian just to open on the south of Mediterranean area on our activity. We have, of course, a memorandum of understanding with the strategic cluster for Greece, and we work in Interreg Med, of course, just to have an idea. And this memorandum of understanding is a grow up this opportunity to make really a system to increase the blue economy in all activity in synergy with all country in this way. For this reason is in general, sometimes some MOU, I apologize for saying that, but I'm really friend, but some memorandum of understanding is a really activity of the marketing and the communication of some community, and just to say we make agreement. This is not really, in this case, our agreement we have not signed, but is not empty box, but is a full, because we are really work together with other cluster, and we have Ruben said we are very enjoyed to have a win the Cosme project to work all together. Just to have idea, the contact with other cluster in European is very strong, and we all people see this network is very, very important to grow up in a blue economy. That is, of course, I completely agree. I like to work with my friend on around the table, but we are also to invite other country to sign to work together. It's not important to sign, but it's really to work together. And I'm very enjoy on today. Thank you again, and for the day, for my position here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a part of a government of one of the Mediterranean countries, I have to say I'm satisfied that the clusters that at the end represents the small and medium enterprises of the Mediterranean, all wide the Mediterranean, are really ready to work along with all the other partners to find the solutions that we have to find to get the blue growth in general. I think it's a very, very good news for us. And concerning myself, I'm proud of being elected to chair this last session of the last meeting of the, well, not the last project, but of this project. It takes a little, I don't know, sadness that will finish, but well, everything in the future is promising. So, well, I give you back the floor, Tatiana.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like just to underline so what also Giovanni said, to give an idea on the fact that we are already cooperating beyond Mistral somehow, because this COSME project is a demonstration, because so the relationships are already strong, the cooperation is mature. We will for sure go beyond the Mistral duration, and this is just a new beginning, let's say. So Mistral is not going to end for sure today. We will have this other opportunity at the European Maritime Days, but so this is also kind of a commitment that we are honored to take as Emilia-Romagna region, to support as much as we can to all levels. So in terms of enterprises or research organizations, so universities and so on the topics of blue economy. So we will be very eager and willing and open to support. So thank you again very much for all the results that we have achieved together. And this has been really a great partnership. So thank you very much for joining. And
Tiziana,
yes?
just to say something very briefly, to present my apologies to Giovanni, because at the beginning of my I would say intervention, I didn't mention the participation of BIG. Sorry, but when you are far away, you have a momentary lapse of reason. So to say thank you, Giovanni, also for all the big support that BIG did through the Medmed process, and that we will eager to start a project and create here a new cooperation cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much again. Yes, thank you. And then, so thanks all the participants, also from remote connection, for following us till now. So now it will be time for lunch, and enjoy your meal as well. And thank you everyone again. So it was a pleasure to guide and to lead this project with your support. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.